All right, so last time on Gaiul Rackentha, combat, fights. The party was ambushed by a small force of members of the Order of the Last Sunset, accompanied by Istrid Horn, a member of the Talons that you had noted before, the cleric member of Lichbane, who is a worshipper of Kolkaron, one of the deities also respected in Althara. Though seemingly taking a very different approach to that style of worship. After having been ambushed, combat was a little dire, briefly, but you all managed, and with some quick thinking by Jacques, taking away Istrid's holy symbol with a great feat of sleight of hand, and then booking it the fuck out of there. Forced Istrid and her remaining followers to retreat. Zeron managed to scare off the crossbowmen that had assailed Pashmina at the beginning of combat. And you managed to take down the two over the wall, and very quickly managed to strike down one of the members of the Order. Jacques, having no real conception of who these attackers are, delivered a lethal blow, or near lethal blow, to the member of the Order, and Peshmina, with some quick thinking and some key points, quickly healing and stabilizing them so that they did not pass. Having been left behind by the rest of the Order, they do remain here in the fortress, as you all stand mere moments after seeing Istrid use a scroll that she was carrying to get herself and her attendants out. And that is where we intend to pick right back up. After it having been very exciting, the night up here on the peak is once again very quiet.
Oh boy. I think T-Song just sort of staggers out. And says, "Are they gone?"
She pulled out a scroll and just kind of gestures and poof motion.
Well, that's good. Puts a hand on your shoulder, on Pashmina's shoulder, using that last 4th level healing cure wounds. Oh, that's not very good. For 12 HP.
Hey, I mean, I'm almost a full.
Yeah.
Zeron still descending, I assume.
Kind
of hovering above
and
the battlefield.
Zooming over. Every time I get in here, I never remember, okay, control. Yoink.
I can disable
just
flight on
zooming
your
over. Yeah, they're still apparently flying, but you didn't ignore that. There you go. Thank you.
I forget, who was it that saw Istrid look towards the general direction of Jacques?
I believe it was you, Hasan.
Okay. Hasan sort of stumbles up to Jacques and says, "I need that box from you back. We need that box." That is how they found us.
Are we so certain of this?
Yes.
Hmm.
I'm not quite sure of the specifications, what spell, whether it would be what form of divination they were using, but it is clear by the direction of the cleric's movement, she was tracking you.
Can we quick retcon and say as I came down here, I grabbed that holy symbol from the room again?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, she's not much of a cleric without these.
Not much of a cleric without that, but that doesn't mean they've lost their ability to divine. This is they have money as you said, they have money at their disposal. They can get another. As long as you have that box of money with you, they are tracking you, and by extension, all of us.
Can I keep the gold from the box?
If they are familiar enough with the gold, they will be able to track it as long as you are hanging on to it.
This is a lot of money, though.
It's a lot of money that will kill you. That will imagine it is constantly it's constantly swarming with a pack of scorpions within it. You're carrying a ticking bomb. I don't know, whatever you want. It's going to get everyone killed. By all means, send it somewhere. Send it somewhere safe if you need to. Send it to one of your own little hidey spots. Hide it in a nice spot. I don't care. But in your hands, we are being tracked.
Very well. Excuse me. Jacques will hand over the box.
Thank
He
you.
looks very glum doing so.
With all the luck in our hands, they will not be able to track it. Wait, Jacques? Yeah, Jacques did not have the charm on them, correct?
I did.
Oh,
Jacques did have the charm on them.
Okay. Is there a place you would like it to be sent, Jacques? Or a person? Anyone? Place, person, anything. Because it can't stay here.
Well, if they can track it, then I suppose it is no good to anyone.
Jock, you're a thief, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make me an insight check with advantage. Because as a professional thief, especially a thief of fine goods, there are ways of making money, kind of ship of Theseusing the money that you have taken, turning that money into other money.
You said with advantage, right?
Yes.
So that's gonna be 19 total.
19 total is pretty good. Sure, this money is toxic, right? Would not be ideal to maintain, but in the hands of a fence, in the hands of someone who is used to taking valuable things and turning them into other valuable things, and turning those valuable things into other valuable things, this coin can be exchanged and distributed and turned into other coin. And you get the sense that if that could be, even if the gold itself could be tracked, it would be spread far and thin.
Ye old money laundering.
See, I thought about that, but
I am so sorry, but I have to be right back again.
I'm thinking like, I just sent. Well, it was 1,000 gold, right?
It was. Oh, it is.
So I'm sending 1,000 gold to a fence.
They have, if you know them, they have a reputation, and if it's a criminal enterprise, then not doing not then stealing a client's gold is going to be not a very good look for them,
Certainly a complicated issue.
especially if it's hot money.
And this was whose did you take?
I believe
Because originally Jacques was not sent one of the boxes of money.
it was Pashmina, because Zoran sent theirs to Feihu. Hassan sent his to the temple.
So yeah, it'd be Pashmina's then.
Yeah. So it's all Motlin coin.
Good.
Well, I suppose I know someone I could send this to. Make them owe me a favor.
Then, by all means, write a letter and send it out. Hands him back the box.
I will get to this. First things first. Who are these people? And why did we save the one's life if they're trying so hard to kill us?
I did not see this. There's one still here.
Yes, over on the other side of this.
Anna is away from her computer.
Oh yeah, right.
Give it a sec. I also think Bolt might be doing something.
Bolt is being a shit.
Eventually. Probably. He's been stinky today.
Dang stinky cat.
He is a stinky cat.
Geez, sorry about that.
You're good. Jacques was just asking who the fuck these people were and why we saved one of their lives.
Oh. Yes. Good questions. I've got answers, but first, is everyone all right? More or less.
As okay as I'm going to be.
Still, where'd you say where were they?
Oh,
Wait
of course I had to close fucking Tailspire. Where the hell did it go? There it is. Over on the other side of this rock structure.
I'm going to check on them. Hassan just sort of starts limping.
I think Peshmina is quickly following, but
Oh crap!
also
Hassan
quickly.
Hassan has fused into a bush.
Uh-oh. Accidental transportation magic.
And cannot be.
How do we get you
How
out
did
of
you?
there?
How did you? I was saying, wait a minute. You like actually?
Okay, I'm not sure what happened. Are they still there?
They are. And they're conscious, as they were like healed up to awareness and are currently resting against the rock face. They look a bit trepidatious as you all approach, but they do not appear to be. They do not appear to mean any ill will. Their mask has been knocked off and shattered, so ignore that part of the mini. It's fine. And are kind of just looking a little wide-eyed at the lot of you.
Give us the right answers, and you may walk away with this then more than simple.
Hey, son. That's sorry. Listen, are you still hurt?
No. I mean, kind of, but like, It's fine.
Um, how long have you been traveling with those others out in the mountains?
I've been with Istrid for like, kind of count on their hands a little bit, and they're like a couple months. It's kind of a late teen human boy, can't be more than like 19, 20.
Isan is inciting. That's a 9.
It looks kind of scared, a little nervous. It looks like more confused than anything else, but it could be an act.
I think Pashmina kind of like goes over to their side and starts like puts out a hand very like what is the word I'm looking for? Gentle offering, not being pushy about it. Being like, why don't you come sit with us by the fire? I'm sure it's been a very stressful and confusing night.
Yeah. They like kind of very trepidatiously take your hand and like look between you and Zeron and like lean in and kind of like conspiratorially loud whisper to you like, are you okay?
Am I okay?
Yeah.
What?
Well, I was shot with a crossbow bolt by one of the others earlier, but, I mean, I'm fine now.
But like, there should be one more of you, right?
One...
I know that, because you were out on assignment, and you got kidnapped, and there's this demon from the desert has been like, have you broken their thrall on your mind?
I think Pashmina just, like, blink, blink, blink. Okay, so we have a lot to discuss.
I want to make this so much worse. I want to make this so much worse.
Let's all of us, to everyone now, let's all of us go and sit by the fire and sort through all of this, okay?
I would like this very much. I'm very confused.
Yes, I figured you might. And I think you could actually. She looks this person over. Like, they said that they were okay, but how okay are they actually?
I mean, they're like 3 HP, okay.
Okay.
like they are certainly bruised. I mean, frankly, their like back and chest is still kind of caked in blood.
Yeah.
But like they definitely are like holding their chest occasionally because they can still feel the pain of some internal damage. But all their organs are functional.
Pashmina starts leading this person over to the fire. Actually, now, just like okay. We'll talk about it over there.
He'll follow you. While you're walking. If you are far enough away from the others, he'll do like, I'll try and find a good moment and we can break away from them.
We're not going anywhere. We're staying right here.
We're playing the long game, okay.
No, we're not. You're coming with us, if anything.
Oh, no.
What? Alright, we're gonna get something straightened out.
Yeah, this is kind of reverse prisoner situation.
Okay. And this is definitely a person. So they said they've been with Istrid a couple of months. So this is for sure not a person who was at the monastery while Pashmina was at the monastery.
No, or if so, they would have been so new or so young that you probably wouldn't have known them.
Gotcha. Okay.
No, he appears to be definitively at the monastery after your time.
She's gonna apply some healing. I'm just gonna go ahead and say she uses her last like 3 key points to do how much healing? Hand of healing. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 6 plus 4 plus 3 plus 6. Oh god.
19.
19, yeah.
Thank you.
19
healing.
Definitively looking much better. That will actually take him out of bloodied.
Great.
All the way down from mortal to out of bloodied.
There, that probably feels much better. So, you've been with Istrid for a few months. What about before that?
Oh, I was at the monastery with the order, doing the learning and stuff. It's kind of the whole routine. You know. Well, at least you know. You know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Kind of like gestures at Pashmina, like you know.
Yes, I do know. To clarify, Jacques, the Order of the Last Sunset, the organization that... Sorry, I didn't catch your name, actually.
Oh, I'm Jaxel. Jaxel Whitmore.
I love you. Jaxel. That Jaxel is part of is an order I was formerly part of, not of my own volition, but I was raised there for a certain portion of my childhood. Escaped due to some very scary circumstances. And it seems that having crossed paths with Feiyu and the rest means that we're crossing paths with the Order. It's my understanding that the Order and the Talons are working together. And Istrid, the cleric you stole the symbol off of, is acting as their go-between. Jaxel, when did you get your mask?
Oh, right before we left. So yeah, like 2 months ago.
So recent, okay.
I got assigned to Istrid's Special Task Force by Belwar. There's a bunch of us. We need like new got put out on a cool assignment thing.
right. Cool. Kind of grimaces. Did they tell you anything about this assignment beforehand?
Oh, just mostly just to listen to Istrid. Istrid's got she's doing stuff with and for Belwar, so we've been like visiting places around Matla and like looking for stuff. Mostly a bunch of like old big caves and ruins and such.
Did you happen to find any?
Caves and ruins? Yeah. They're kind of big and rocky. Make good shelter.
Was there anything in these caves and ruins?
Every once in a while, Istrid would find like a few coins. I think she found like a gem in one of them. She's got this thing where she like concentrates and she can find treasure.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I had all the time in the world to think, and now I'm just like...
And
So where's
so,
there's
were you
there's supposed to be
aware-
a sea monster with you guys. Where'd that one
Oh.
go? I don't kind of like. Is it like an octopus? I feel like that would be really hard to like manage on land.
He is not with us, and that's all you need to know. That. And now, how long were you tracking us? How long were you following us, and how were you doing so?
Oh, I mean, it was just so we were in the mountains for like other stuff. We're like I said, like looking at ruins and some such. And then Istrid told us that we were going on a rescue mission.
Ruins where?
Oh, it's like a little further down the mountain. We stopped by it, like toward the border, like the border between Fandil and Guard. It's on the way back to the monastery. But yeah, she said that they'd gotten some info or something. She had these like big chests, and she did some magic with those. And then, yeah, she was doing that thing where she like holds her holy symbol and like concentrates really hard, and then she'd like point us in a direction. We'd go that way.
Zeron, when you were watching, you were noticed them before any of us. What did you observe of them?
Sorry, literally right as I took a bite.
Always.
Literally always. I didn't observe much from where I was. I was down here on the ground, and I saw some movement up top. I made my way up there, hid myself from view, and just to watch. Obviously, I figured out exactly who they were upon seeing them. It's the attire is rather, well, obvious. I didn't take action until I saw them train their crossbows on the lot of you down below.
Well,
No indication of how they were tracking us?
No. Not a clue. They didn't
Well,
know I was there.
Well, Istrid talks to us through the masks.
the masks, yes.
She's not like a real member of the order, so she's only got that like half mask. But we can talk with it though, and that works pretty good. So your name is Zeron?
Yes.
Is being a demon cool? Is that fine? Is that okay?
Pardon?
Well, you're the demon that kidnapped Pashmina, right?
I think this. They kind of stop. They're confused, but like almost slightly amused by this.
Okay, so
The demon that kidnapped Pashmina.
yeah, so Pashmina graduated, and she got her mask, and she got sent out to do a mission out in the desert, and then she got kidnapped by a demon and his pet sea monster and bird.
Oh, who
If I
who told you this?
his arms start to twitch at the word pet.
Pet.
Yeah.
It's like a great eagle. Oh, that well, Istrid told us that, but Istrid said that was from Belwar. And we knew about we knew Pashmina got kidnapped by a demon like a long time ago. That's why you like there's a pink tiefling. You like that's why you don't go outside, right? Is you're gonna get kidnapped by a demon. And a while ago, someone named Pashmina was alone, and that's why they don't send people alone on assignments anymore. Is they get kidnapped by demons.
Well, you have the entire story, don't you?
Does indoctrination make people just this moronic?
You have no idea. It's
You
listen.
poor little fool.
Look at then if you're not a demon, then what are you? You fly around, you do magic, you've got like animal stuff going on.
I am an animal. Why am I not a demon?
Oh, but you're just like we see the catfolk all the time.
Then I don't see what the difference is.
I think it's the flying around and doing like shooting magic out of your hands.
Funnily enough, magic does that.
Oh. That's disappointing.
Listen, I really do understand why you would believe even such bizarre tales. I understand. But, Zeron's not a demon. No one is anyone's pet. I'm here completely of my own volition.
Hello. Back in for meeting.
This is going to be difficult to understand. But you've been lied to.
They've rolled a 7 minus 2 insight. Yeah, but I mean that sounds like something someone would say if they had been kidnapped by a demon and were being held against their will. Like I hope you know that's kind of what that sounds like, you know.
What could I do to convince you?
I
mean, is there really any other option than to just hope we're telling the truth?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you probably wouldn't have healed me if you were possessed by that would be pretty bad for me.
Here's the proof. You would be dead. You wouldn't be talking to us right now.
This is a good point.
If I was a demon, which I'm not, have you ever heard of a merciful demon before?
Well, there was this one time.
Shut the fuck up.
No, demon pretty kind of one note. Okay. Well, but then what about all the other stuff?
Do you want to learn the truth?
Well, yeah. That's the whole bit, like learning about the nature and the cosmology and stuff, and if that's if that's not how it is, then they look troubled, rattled.
You go ahead.
I would suspect a mixture of truths intermixed with falsities, stretching the truth, and how do you say, using fact and bending it to one's own to suit one's own agenda. That's how cults work.
But why would they do that?
Well, think about what you're doing right now, or what you have been doing. Do you know the real reason why? I mean, why would those up on the hill have shot me if you were trying to save me?
Well,
It doesn't make sense, does it?
looks like he is actively racking his brain.
Look.
If anyone wants to make an insight check, they can.
I would like to.
Mm-hmm.
Why not?
17 plus 6.
17.
Sorry, I had to step away for a second.
No
What are we
worries.
rolling?
Insight.
Insight.
Oh, that's a natural 1. That's a crit fail.
15. Sorry.
15. Yeah. Peshmina, you can
23
see
total.
this. Yeah, 23, 16, 15, 17, and 1.
Yeah.
I think, Hassan, you may just be baffled by this severe lack of introspection. Kind of on the way that, you see someone, post something just super dumb on the internet and just kind of get hung up on it for a while. How can they be so wrong, you know? Zeron and, Jacques, you definitely get, there's a clear level of confusion here that is the real, despite kind of this interaction, you can tell that, Jaxel's not a dumb person. Now that they're actually thinking through it and trying to, apply logic to the situation, they're clearly struggling with it, just very obviously not making sense. And it's not like they're dismissive of that logic. He's clearly struggling with it. And it seems like the way he's talking, these middle steps, the consideration of not just taking what he's been told on face value, is clearly something he's used to doing. And I think, Peshmina, you're the one that makes the connection within that of the influence of the enchantment of the mask. It seems like he's so used to accepting things at face value when he had been wearing it's not the it's not that he can't. The logic makes sense to him. He just, now that you're explaining it in a reasonable and proper way, but clearly previously when he was told things, he would just jump those steps.
Right.
Like, someone would say, we are doing this X because of Y, and he would go, yeah, of course, and then move on from there. And now that he is actively processing those steps, the gears are clearly turning.
You had the mask for 2 months?
Yeah.
Do you remember what it felt like to put it on?
I mean, like, it was an honor. It's you get your mask for the first time, and it's like a big deal.
But what about physically? Like, when you made contact with it? Wasn't it strange?
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit. Like there was a kind of a spike, like a I don't know, like adrenaline. Like you get scared about something real quick, but I just thought that was like being in front of a bunch of people during the ceremony. Like, everyone gets scared about that. It's so many people.
Hmm. Things probably seemed easier with it on.
Oh
I
yeah.
got used to it.
Got like the support from people, and people were really happy to see me doing stuff. Like, it felt good.
I think Pishmina has a very kind of like tired but like bittersweet expression on, like just like oh, you poor thing, and it's just like I think it's time to start thinking for yourself again.
Yeah. Okay. Should I go back?
No. Listen,
But I've got like friends there.
do you have a homeland? Are you from anywhere?
I mean, here kind of like they one of the monks came down to the like orphanage I was at, and kind of underfunded, but like kind of hated it there, so it was something new to do. Me and a few of the other kids were like said we wanted to go try the monk thing. Mountain seemed cool. They had like cool knives and stuff.
I mean, I guess it's up to you. Really, I can't tell you not to go back. But
I mean, like, but if they're lying, the other people there should know.
Well, you know, if you're looking for other professions that use cool knives, you could join a cooking class. You could join the Thieves Guild. You could.
Is there a cooking thieves guild?
Of course. How do you steal? How do you make food when you don't have the money to do it? You steal the food, and then you know, have the fancy butcher knife.
That sounds really neat.
Yeah, there you go.
It's pretty cool. That sounds pretty cool.
Like, I can hook you up with one of my friends. They shall be able to help you out.
Yeah.
Should I roll deception on that?
Oh
or-
my god.
I'll roll insight for him.
All right.
If you want to roll deception or persuasion.
I would really like to roll.
So that is a 4 minus 2. 2.
That's a 13.
It's better than a 2.
I rolled a
Hassan
3
believes
on the
you.
die.
Hassan believes you as well. Hassan now.
Good.
Um,
I'm glad.
yeah, no, I think, yeah. But I think I want to go back first.
If you go back, they'll put you right back in another mask, and you'll remember what it was like that first time. But it will be different. Those masks are they're not normal masks. They influence you. They make you compliant.
Can I just, like, not put it on all the way?
Do you really think that they would let
Like,
you
can
do
I
that?
wear a mask under that mask? Maybe they'd cancel each other out.
You really want to go back? You really want to go back?
I mean, yeah, like I gotta get fortune
Athena
out of
starts-
there.
She starts digging through her bag and pulls out one of the charms.
Oh.
Do not let them know that you have this, okay?
Okay. What is it? I mean, it's like a cool necklace, and we're not allowed to have those. But like,
You can wear it under your uniform.
okay. Takes it and looks at it.
It should prevent the stronger influence of the mask, I believe. I think you'll be able to still communicate through it, but it won't alter your mind in a deeper way.
Okay. Thanks, I guess. This is weird. Sorry I called you a demon, I guess. You all seem cool.
Apology accepted.
Hassan pipes up. I think this is a bad idea. We should not be letting this child go back.
I mean, I don't want them to, but...
They shouldn't. Sometimes, Pashmina, when someone is going to make a terrible, terrible choice that you know is going to hurt them, I believe we need to I believe it is necessary to step in and prevent them from making.
We're not... Pashmina looks at Jaxel and is like, we are not keeping you captive, okay? Like, we are not going to... If there is somewhere you want to go or somewhere you think you need to be, then fine. I am going to reiterate that you really should not go back, and that there are other places you can go.
I could send you to those other places if you want. I have the means. I could send you far enough away that you would probably never see a member of the Order for the rest of your life. You would not have to deal with, say, a group of your former friends coming to kidnap you under the suggestion that you too were kidnapped, just like Pashmina here.
He takes a minute to like genuinely consider this. I think he just ends up with like, yeah, but be alone.
In the belly of a whale. You were swallowed by a whale, say that. Slowly being digested, your mind being picked and prodded and eroded away with lies.
I don't think there are any whales in the mountain.
Oh my god, do they not teach you metaphor in these monasteries?
Hey, son, hush.
No, not hush. I cannot understand why we would feed them back a recruit. That's not these organizations.
Hey, son, She's starting to look angry. I'm going to ask you to keep your beak out of our business this time. And then focuses back on Jaxel.
Yeah. Hassan
Oh.
shuts up, but looks frustrated. And above board, is it okay that Hassan's being this?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Jaxel, you would not be alone. There will be people to help you and support you. Very kind and very generous people. There are people just over the mountains in Matla who would be very happy to keep you for a while. Make sure that you're not, completely alone and lost in the world. And there's people on the other side of Rackentha, very good and kind people, a little town that they would help you find a place, help you understand everything that's been going on in the world. You weren't... Jaxel, were you one of the members at the Spire?
Oh, no, this is my first outing.
Okay. Do you know what happened at the Spire?
I don't know what the spire is.
Okay. It was a place where we met another group of you all, members of the Order. And that meeting unfortunately did not end well. Not for... We didn't want to hurt anyone, and I don't think we did much anyways. In fact, we were woefully outnumbered and outpowered in general, so... But we left before really seeing the conclusion of that, and eventually came back, and when we did, members were left behind. Members much like you, and like the rest of your group, left behind too. Well, a number of them are buried there now because seemingly no one deemed it appropriate to come collect them. And I really don't want that to happen to you, Jaxel. They might seem like they care, but they don't. They're just... You are a member of their ranks to go out and do as they say, and if you fail, you fail, and that's it. It might be hard to believe all of that right now, but... Well...
Yeah. He looks like he's kind of struggling for, like... Clearly, it doesn't disagree with what you've said. Kind of looks at you and just like... I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I get the idea that if I want to be safe, I should be somewhere else. But But I've got, like, me and Fortune went there together. I don't...
Who's Fortune?
My friend, he's a tiefling guy. He's, like, blue. He's really cool. Good at skipping rocks. I can't just leave without him, though. If you had a friend back there, you wouldn't just leave him, would you?
Oh.
I don't know. I probably would.
I think Pashmina kind of goes like a half shade paler and just kind of like puts a hand over her mouth and is just kind of looking into the fire like, have you met Zeal?
Oh, yeah, he's one of the like, yeah, he's one of the stewards, I think. I think I've seen him, like, twice. Ceremonies, I think.
He was as close to being a brother as he could be to me. I would give just about anything to have him back. But I wouldn't go back.
Well, then I'll get him too. I'll go. We can get Fortune. We can get Zeal. I think Fortune likes Cunning. They like each other, so we can't leave them behind. Yeah, and anyone else who wants to come.
I think Peshmina just smiles at that, like a real big, genuine smile at how sweet that is. That's a nice thought. If I can't dissuade you, then fine. But I would at least ask that you maybe stay with us till we get into Motla proper.
Yeah, I could do that. I was also thinking maybe I could go. If I left now, I could try and catch up with some of the others, and I could go back with them if I got out tonight. And I'm used to surviving in the woods. It's kind of one of the things I'm pretty good at.
That is the bit.
Can hey, someone make a check? Just a gut instinct. How likely is it that if he goes back, does he ever come back out? Just in a general knowledge of how cult-like organizations work.
Hard to say, and depends. One of the fun things about cults is that they are very divergent.
Sorry, I didn't hear my headphone got unplugged.
Oh, hard to say. Largely just because the cults are very divergent. Even if Peshmina tried to determine that, clearly much has changed since Peshmina was there previously. So I think that knowledge is largely unpredictable.
Okay. Mason is just looking at Pashmina. His beak is shut, but he's looking at you. Uh,
You're looking at Pashmina?
yeah. Just a pointed glance, like, are you really going to send them back there?
I think Pashmina says, and this is very, like, somewhat directed at Hasan, but mostly also at everyone else, and is very, like, firm, almost steely, really, for Pashmina. Just like, we will not force our will onto you as they have been doing for so long. Whatever you do, it is your choice. Your choice made based on the information given to you. Without their influence, without I can't undo the work of what? A decade? Undo the work of all the mentors and Belloir and in just one night. I can't. But you have options. You've been presented with your options. There are places in Matla, there's places in the Phasia. But if you can't be swayed, then at least you have the charm. Like I said, please don't let them know you have it, and please, please keep it on. That's all I can do.
Okay. Then is there anything else any of you wanted to talk about? I think otherwise I should probably get going.
When was the last time you saw Zeal?
The masking ceremony. So a couple months.
All right. That's all I have, other than I wish you the best and well, I wish you the best.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully we'll all see you, and then I can introduce you to Fortune and maybe even Zeal. Well, you already know Zeal, but you know. Does anyone have like a dagger I can borrow? That'd make things a lot easier.
No, fresh out.
Hold on.
Ooh, cool. Demon. I mean, definitely not a demon dagger. You all seem
Just
really
like
cool
they
and
stop
nice.
it like as they pull it out. Do they really refer to me as a demon?
Well, I mean, I didn't know it was you specifically. Just like a demon.
But they refer to me.
I mean, I think it's... I assume that you are the one that they're talking about, yeah. I assumed that when I saw you, at least. So I'm not saying you're not a cool person and not a demon. I just mean that if someone told me to look for a demon and I saw you flying around and shooting fire out of your hands, one could make the assumption. And maybe they're wrong. I get that, and I'm sorry.
It's fine.
But,
it's fine.
okay.
Just take this. And I'll hand one of my daggers. So we have 2 left in my inventory.
They will gratefully stick it into their belt. So all right. Yeah. Then I'm gonna get going. Keep in touch. I guess I don't know. I don't really letters anyway. And he'll recede from the fire and head out into down the mountain as the night continues to creep on.
Did we figure out how they would track us?
Just kept saying that Istrid would take out her holy symbol and concentrate, and then point in a direction.
You yeah, he implied that Istrid had some kind of holy ability due to her deity that involved being able to locate treasure.
As this guy is walking away, did I get that coin box back?
Yeah. I think Hassan gave it back to you after you said you were going to send it to somebody else.
Can I just pat him on the back, but sleight of hand put it into one of the coins into his pocket?
Yeah, absolutely. He won't notice. He's distracted.
That's all the chaos I have for that.
The night goes quiet once again.
So, the Order of the Last Sunset.
Doomsday Cult.
Ah. Okay.
Good night. And Hassan kind of hops off and goes back to it and goes to settle down Millie and Twig and see what's going on with them.
They are still a little spooked, but at your presence and at the lack of unfamiliar figures, it's not too hard to calm them back down.
He's just gonna sorely try to just guide them back to the little barn area.
Absolutely.
And just kind of settle down back in with them and try to fall asleep.
Well, are you happy with this outcome, Pashmina?
Say that one more time.
I asked if you were happy with that outcome.
She glances over, but is definitely looks a little shaken at this point. Happy? No. Resigned? Maybe.
Well, at the end of the day, excuse me, each man's fate is his own.
I mean, I understand what Heisan was trying to prevent. I really do, but we what? We use the same dirty tricks, we charm them, we tie him up, send him someplace unfamiliar, just traumatize him all over again. When you get out of something like that, you have to come to terms on your own. You have to. No one can do it for you.
I do not deny you this. I suppose when it comes to... Now, let me reword that. When you get to my age, you learn to let the young people make mistakes on their own. Of course I have thoughts and feelings about what just happened, but it's not for me to say. But I do not besmirch you or your comrades for how you handle this behavior. Am I confused? Yes. Very confused.
If you have any more questions, I guess I could try to answer them, but otherwise, I think it's time to get some rest and get off of this damned mountain.
Oh, yes, they interrupted my cat nap. They're lucky they escaped with their lives. No one disturbs my sleep. Anyways, good night. I will say, while Jacques was saying that bit of no one disturbs my sleep, he looks very serious while he's saying it.
As Jacques walks away and Peshmir and Zoran are left looking into the fire, Zoran.
Oh no.
Gentle flicker among the tongues of flame. And I would like you to roll a D100.
No.
Okay, give me a second.
I've got the table pulled up, so don't worry
You have the
about that.
table pulled up, thank you.
Do.
Oh, this
I
could be
don't-
weird.
This
Something weird's about to happen.
Fireball, fireball.
75.
75.
Even these high rolls.
You can't speak for the next 1d4 turns.
Cool.
If you attempt to talk, sputtering gray smoke pours from your mouth and you cough heavily.
I don't think
For
they
the
have a lot
purposes
to
here, I'm just going to extend that to 1d4 minutes.
Okay.
So let's see how long. Not super long, but 4 minutes.
4
Okay.
minutes.
I mean, they don't have a whole lot that they want to speak about anyways. Unless a conversation wanted to start.
I like the idea of Pashmina trying to talk to Zoran, and Zoran's just like, he's just got like air. He's puffing out his cheeks because he's just like, well, I can't really speak, so.
I think they
like-
just cough once. It's like,
Throat feels very scratchy.
not a good feeling.
You okay? I asked earlier, but you were rather quiet.
And they go to speak and can't.
Smoke kind of like puffs out of Zoran's mouth.
And they just stop and just pinch the bridge of their nose.
Have you been smoking? Are you okay?
Holds up one finger and then the thumbs up. 2 fingers, thumbs down. Wait, no, the other way around. The other way around. No smoking, yes, okay.
I think she kind of like sidles over and just like pats Zoran's back. Like, is it?
Go on.
Was it something they did?
Nods head.
Oh.
Just, I think they kind of go fishing for any sort of like notebook in their bag, and fishes out like a pen and just starts writing, and just puts "It's always them."
I guess you did use rather a lot of magic, at least from what I could see.
They write down on the thing, "Are you okay?" and underline you.
I'm just gonna point out, y'all have sending stones, right?
Yeah, but this is more cinematic.
Maybe. I also forgot. So we're just gonna ignore that, okay? It's the paper. Shut up.
Private conversation.
Shut up.
A little rattled, I guess, but could have been worse. Almost was worse.
They look mildly concerned as you say that. And stop for a second. Looks at you, then looks back down to the page. Like, they're just kind of like tapping the edge of it, like kind of anxious.
I mean,
And they'll begin writing something else. I saw you go down, and I was very scared.
I mean, I'd like to do the usual song and dance and say, oh, well, I got back up and it was fine and we handled it, but, it's certainly not how it felt. I'd never been in a fight quite like that one before. I dropped my fidget. No.
meow.
It's about now that the scratchiness in your throat goes away, Zeron, and you can speak normally once again.
One last cough. They don't see smoke. Can I get it? Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry. Sorry to interrupt.
It offers a flask.
Gladly takes it.
No. I just worry that if that happens again, well, they were awfully prepared this time.
They were. I know I have no reason to apologize, but I still feel like I need to say I'm sorry. That all of this is happening to you. This wasn't easy. In the slightest. We made it through, but
It was a near thing.
it was too near. I was afraid. I don't think I've been that scared in a while. I didn't know what to do. I had no idea. We were caught completely unawares, and honestly, the only saving grace is that I've caught it before it really went wrong. And even still, I should have noticed it earlier. So maybe you, my son, didn't get hurt. Jacques and myself, fine, but it's... I was so scared I was going to lose the both of you.
Well, maybe we should make some preparations of our own. I need to. Maybe once we get to a proper town, someplace, I can make more potions, hopefully. Maybe stay on more watches. We haven't really... Maybe one of us should have been up with you. That would have been... I mean, you can only do so much.
Supposedly. Maybe we should start having 2 people on for this. I'll finish off the rest of the night. I truly doubt they'll be back. But no, never mind. Nothing. You should rest.
Oh. I don't think I'm going to be getting much sleep after that, to be honest.
No, I don't think any of them are either. Just try to. I'll wake everyone in the morning.
I think Pashmina nods, and she does go to lay down, but her eyes never really, close after that. Just watches the fire for the rest of the night.
The rest of the night is thankfully peaceful. And though several of you may have some difficulty sleeping, none of them being Jock, who is immediately soundly asleep. The night passes into day as Zoran and any other company still awake see the sun start to rise over the mountains. It is a new day. Wait. Near. All right. It's time to see what the weather's like today.
Oh
God.
Let's give us some rain, baby.
Anything to wash all this blood off of us.
Would that count as a short rest?
Yeah, if you would like to. Depends on how early you want to get going this morning. All right.
So-
Cloudy. Looking at high of 41, low of 28. So a little chilly. And some very light wind. It is a relatively quite peaceful day.
Oh, right, since that is a short rest we're doing, I guess. Hit die.
I just wanted my key points back.
From your peak on the mountain, from your place on the mountain peak, you are 2 days to the border of Fendil and Guard. The borders converge along the river that is the path down from the mountain peak. And you are 4 days away from getting to central Matla.
Okay.
As you all rouse and have some rations this morning, what would you like to do?
That's a good question.
I think we just see Jacques, preparing for the trek. Going down.
Absolutely. A relevant reminder here is that the grand opening of Locust Tavern is also in approximately 4 days. Probably between 4 and
so we
5
gotta
days.
book it to Can't miss Loca's.
I do not know if that's a thing any of your characters are thinking about.
Absolutely not even a little bit, unfortunately.
Not right now.
I think Pashmina is kind of going through the motions of travel, like, is prepping, like, Millie and Twig for, like, saddling them, basically. Repacking them.
Cole, would you say that these siege weapons are at all functional? Like, could they be used?
Debatably.
You have to fling a bunch of coin all over the place.
To what effect? Maybe a little difficult, but I would say relative. Like, will the catapult something? Yes. Can it catapult rocks capable of breaking down walls or battlements? Debatable. Can the ballista throw big sticks? Yes. Can it throw the actual bolts that it is designed for with giant iron tips on the end of them an appropriate distance accurately? Hard to say. They are semi-functional.
Semi-functional is still partially functional.
This is true.
And Hason is going to start taking notes on them, like making little diagrams, so that in case he ever needs to make one out of thin air, he can.
Excellent.
Can he do that?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and give me an investigation check, I guess? Yeah.
Thank you. Alright, that's better than what I've had for the most of now. That is going to be... Where's my investigation? There you are. A 21.
21 is quite good. I think from your investigation, you not only can get, like, how it is supposed to work, but I think you identify some of its flaws that you would be able to fix if you were to create a version of it yourself.
Awesome. Can't create ammo with it, but I can now I mean, I wonder how much gold a catapult costs. Or a ballista.
I think it depends largely on how well it's made.
Yeah. I guess only time will tell.
Are we talking parts and labor? Just parts? Complicated arrangement.
I guess, in the sense of how much is it within the range of performance of creation?
What's your upper limit now?
180 gold. Which is, given the fact that it's artillery, is maybe a bit of a stretch.
I think you could create a small catapult.
Yeah.
Like a little
Budget.
bites. Yeah,
Budget
little teeny catapult.
Just enough to launch a t-shirt.
You could throw like 1 pound rocks.
I mean,
With a catapult made with performance of creation.
Yeah. A ballista? Perhaps
Much
the same?
harder. I think ballista would be closer to like 300 gold.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
create you can maybe create a bow.
Or
so crossbows.
But that I wasn't worried about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fine by me.
Gonna mount some implements of war onto Million Twig saddles.
Or maybe just have them available to be...
Battle foxes.
Yeah.
oh no.
8 hit point battle foxes.
I don't think Millie could handle the recoil.
Unlikely. Also, I don't know if Millie would sit still long enough to let you do anything approaching aiming.
You try to aim and Millie just like dives for a nearby bug and everything goes wild.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right. So, what would you like to do this morning? Sounds like you're prepping. Want to get on the road post haste?
Pretty much.
I do, yeah.
All right. Then yeah, let's get on the road. You leave the fortress behind. Still a valuable way station for other mountain travelers. And as you start your journey down the mountains, you follow the river pass. Now, coming down from the mountains and into Matla, where the rivers merge in central Matla. It's an easy enough path to follow. Let's go ahead and switch boards.
Yeah, mountains.
All right.
I have to find my master ball back up.
Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
There it is.
Continue with the tradition. New board. New board.
New board.
Some of these are pretty
also-
mundane.
I also forgot to say, but in the entrance where Istrid and the others came through, there's just a floating log.
Funny.
Yeah.
Oops. Here we go.
Yeah, sometimes there's little oddities in these boards.
Go ahead and bring the players here. That ambiance going.
I got the hiccups. Stop.
All right. So you're on the road, on the way back to, on the way down to Matla, following the pass along the river, or as it starts to meander closer and closer to the river as you get closer to Matla. The way seems clear enough. It's not particularly difficult to traverse as you head your way down. Is there anything you're on the lookout for, or is the plan just a simple, peaceful day's travel on your way down the mountains?
Hassan is on the lookout for the ruins.
Mm,
Like, occasionally he'll just send 3 up into the sky.
yeah,
Or maybe he himself, if he's feeling up to it.
absolutely. Let's go ahead and make a perception check for 3.
Since I'm assisting, can that be an advantage? Like, since it's me?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Thank you.
And 3's got a +3, so eat.
Plus 3 for
16 plus 3 is a 19, which is quite good. Kind of throughout the day, you send 3 up while you are on your way down the mountain to kind of scout around the local area. And on one of these little recon missions, 3 comes back and purports a bunch of stone. And it's in those big blocks, you know, the things they use to put together to make buildings. But it doesn't look like anyone lives there right now. And it is a ways off. You guess by 3's description that it's probably a couple miles off of the path. It'd be a little bit of a detour for the day, but you may, if you'd like to investigate, let me know and discuss.
Hassan will say 3 seems to have found the ruins that Jaxel was speaking of yesterday. Would anybody be interested in a detour? It would be nice to get more of an idea of what they were doing out here.
Fine by me.
I'm also curious what they thought they might be able to find out here.
Well, there was a dragon within this mountain range. I could have been looking for more, perhaps.
You know the way?
Relatively. And can Hassan guide them to or Hassan use 3 to guide them to the stones?
Yeah, absolutely. All right.
Another board change.
Or change.
Always.
Incredible. So prepared.
Bless you, Cole.
All right, new board already.
Oh. Alcoves.
Wow.
Water.
This looks
So-
very cool.
As you approach, you see the ruins of a, looks like less of a fortress or an embattlement, and something that looks a lot closer to a more traditional castle. Still definitely fortified, but very much ruined in roughly the same architectural style that you had seen before. It seems like another piece of pre-deafening war era infrastructure.
Similar sort of construction style to the fort,
Mhm.
or something different. Awesome.
This looks like it was less of a defensive position, though. Maybe something closer to a residence.
Where do we spawn in on the board?
Where would you like to spawn in on the board?
I think there's a very convenient little gateway in this corner.
Sounds great. Let's plop everyone down.
Like going to the step.
Bink. Kind of climbing up the long spiral stone that leads to the entrance of the castle.
I guess we had to abandon the cart at the bottom, correct?
Yes, you
Yeah, we
had
abandoned the cart
abandoned the
a while
cart
ago.
before you
yeah,
got into
right,
the
I forgot.
mountains.
I forgot we didn't have that.
Millie and Twig are being proper pack animals right now.
Yep.
Are they doing okay with the height?
They're doing okay. They're certainly, like, they need to take breaks a little bit more frequently than usual. And they clearly don't love the, like, rocky texture of walking around, but they're doing alright. Alright.
Well, do what we did before, I suppose. Well, you wouldn't think they would come back here looking for it, would they?
I think Pashmina does like a cursory scan to see like what evidence they left of their presence in the first place.
Yeah, go ahead and make a perception or investigation check for me. Perception if you're looking for whether or not there are things here now. Investigation if you're looking for, like, signs of past interactions.
I'll do a perception. 18.
18. 18's pretty good. You are firmly assured that you are alone here now. And that the ruins are empty aside from a small variety of woodland creatures.
I think it's safe to say we're well and truly alone.
I suppose there's no harm in taking a look then. Maybe some will begin to scratchily walk through the gates.
Feel free to explore at your leisure. So yes, from the interior, it becomes a little bit more clear that this is more of a traditional castle residence. You clearly have some, like, internal buildings, exterior walls protecting it. Once again, assured that this doesn't seem to be a military fortification, given the, like, ruined sculpture and interior courtyard, and frankly off-the-path location. You'd assume that a fortress would be in a much more advantageous position, like the peak of the mountain, or closer to the river, or other such pathways, but this is, rather than being in a tactically fortuitous position, is actually just in a very beautiful position up here on the mountain.
So it was designed to be more of an estate rather than
It seems
much more of
so.
an estate rather than a strategic area.
Correct. Seems to have been abandoned for some long time and has not gotten the benefit of that peak fortress of being maintained by travelers as a way station. Has undergone a more significant amount of decay.
I think Asan is going to Are there any markings? Can Hassan check for any markings left, like indicators of the purposes of each building as he walks by
If you'd
them?
like to. Go ahead and make an investigation check. And Pashmina, anyone who would like to, feel free to make, I'm going to say investigation or survival checks.
Survival to do what, and investigation to do what? Or is
Both
it
for
the same
similar.
result?
Investigate, you'll get slightly different results, but to just kind of go over this area and see what it was, what it is, what may have been done here, either in the past or recently.
Alright. That's gonna be
17 survival.
11
Nice.
investigation.
I rolled a 19
Yeah.
survival.
19 survival. Alright.
What
Yeah,
did you roll?
Hassan, I think you get a decent view of just like the internal buildings. Most are residential, so it's like a clear little like greenhouse. One of them appears to be some sort of like butchery or kitchen. Probably, given its location out here, was probably used as like a larder, somewhere they would be able to actually keep, or like smokehouse, somewhere they'd be able to keep freshly hunted game, etc. Zeron, 24 is investigation as well.
Correct.
Zeron, you get a much more personal flashback of this kind of location. This actually reminds you very much of the noble establishments in Al-Thra, but in a very different context. Instead of being the kind of like vast vertical spires or otherwise kind of beatific estates of the noble houses, most familiar with the Tenons estate specifically. But this is clearly laid out very much the same. Room for servants to live in, clearly a grand abode further in this like beautiful scenic location. Like everything about how this place is laid out and organized like screams noble home to you, like noble family house to you here. For the it was a 17 and a 19 survival.
Yeah.
You both get fairly similar vibes of I mean, simply because this place was a shelter, it's clearly been taken over by a lot of animals as of late, and it's been a little bit more overgrown in recent times. You can see moss and trees and such cracking through the old uncared for brickwork, and would make a decent shelter now. I think one of the more important things the two of you get is basically being able to knock this out as being effectively a potential lair location, being kind of what you've known the Talons to be seeking. Since Lichbane seemed to be investigating those places. The foundation of this abode, and indeed the walkway you came up on, is a solid mountain rock that would take either an incredible amount of arcane energy or a truly monstrous amount of physical labor to be able to hollow out or other such. And given the state of the ruins as they stand, it's clear that there's nothing underneath it other than like dirt and stone. Looks like it is simply a ruin of a noble house long past, probably of Mahatlan, the nation that existed before the Deafening War. Makes sense as to why, in either both with investigation and survival, why if this location were investigated, there probably would not have spent much time here.
All right. How does one go about turning video game stuff into reality so you can go and live there?
Lots of
Asking
money.
for a friend. Oh, okay.
I think since Zeron seems to be more familiar with this area, or or the layout, or the kind, or where stuff would be in this kind of situation, I think he's gonna go up to him and ask, Zeron, would you be able to perhaps point me to perhaps any semblance of a library, the place where a noble would keep their bookshelves in this kind of place?
I mean, I am happy to try and locate one with you. Obviously, every layout is different.
Yes, but nobility have a habit of learning from each other where they hide their little special books and whatnot, and things they like to read. Where if you were wanting to hide something that you did not want your family to find, where would you hide it here?
Hiding something I didn't want. Well, I would want it somewhat close by, but not noticeable. Personally, for me, what I did, and like kind of leans in, lowers their voice a bit, even though it's just friends around. So there was this loose rock in the floor in one of the staircases going downstairs. It was close enough to my bedroom, but it wasn't in it. So if anyone wanted to try and find something of mine, they couldn't find anything in my room itself, yes?
Yes.
You get somewhere out that isn't frequently traveled, but also not where you would go for first. So, if I was to hide something here, close to the master bedroom, but not within, possibly a hallway or an adjacent room, is what I would do.
Hey, son? God. Can Hassan start trying to take Zeron's advice and trying to find little alcoves within? Use that advice to maybe try and start searching for little hidden niches and
crannies.
Yeah,
Yes,
absolutely.
crannies.
Either you can both roll investigation, or Hassan, you can roll investigation with advantage.
Mind if I roll with advantage?
If you want to. I have a +6 investigation, so I don't mind helping.
Oh. We can both do that. We can both do a roll then, since I think it's the same for me.
If you are interested in looking with Hassan Zeron.
Yeah, I mean, this is brought up, and listen, finding dirt on any nobles, alive or not, yeah.
I think Pashmina, having trailed a little behind and hearing this, is just like, so what were you hiding in the staircase?
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You'll also be getting Bardic Inspiration, Zeron.
That's true. What?
You'll also be getting Bardic Inspiration, a D8.
Bardic?
Rerollable
It's
D8.
a D8. Okay, good, because I'm going to use it on this.
Yeah.
I did not roll well. That's cocked.
Was it drugs?
Yeah. Wait, what? No, I rolled an 8 on the dice. I'm like, oh, hell yeah.
Zeron was into the freaky shit, I'm telling you. Like, LSD-laced stuff.
Pashmina asked, was it drugs?
Oh.
You went, hell yeah.
No, I swear I rolled an 8 on the dice.
No, sorry, this is so funny.
You say, is it drugs? And they just kind of like give you a look from over their shoulder, smile, and shrug, and continue what they're doing.
I got a... Hassan got a... Sorry, I always have to find it. That's a 23.
23 is pretty good.
21.
21. Both over 20. While you are searching, in fact, in the hallway, kind of collapsed hallway between rooms, you have to clear away a little rubble to get to there, but you notice over time, one of the stones in the hallway that makes up the pavement of the floor is, in fact, a little looser than the others, and it appears to have a bit of a divot in the side of it, so it could be able to be gripped and pulled upwards.
Sneaky.
I think whoever finds it first, the Heisan is going to just scutter.
You had the higher
scutter.
roll. I'll say it's you.
Yeah. Heisan is just like, tries starting to lift it, but his weak arms can't lift it. And it's like, Zoran, can you help me with this?
So you have a higher strength score than me.
Yes, but Heisan also is a -1. So,
I have a -2.
well, maybe with my
Okay,
-1
alright,
and
let's
your
do it,
-2,
let's
we
do it.
can lift
Mind
this rock.
strength.
Doing it. Okay.
Roll
Rolls
athletics,
the
come on!
sleeves he doesn't have. Alright, okay. And I'll help pull this rock out.
Well, I mean,
The
I am going
floorboard.
to ask for athletics checks.
Let's
Oh
go.
no.
I got a crit fail.
I hadn't intended to, but the idea of either of you attempting to pull up this paver is now
So you
immediately
rolled a
amusing.
1?
Yeah.
I rolled a 3?
So both of you got a 1.
No, I rolled a 5 -2.
Ah, gotcha. Peshmina, I think you see Zoran and Heisan both just like, okay, we found it, and they like latch onto it and just like fully failing to pull up this flagstone.
I like lose my footing, just fall on my ass.
You see Heisan like taking a terrible posture.
Hey, Jacques. Jacques. Matt, you're
Mute.
muted. Did Matt go away?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe Matt got up for a second.
Jacques is nowhere to be found.
Listen, I got this. I got this.
Uh,
One more try. Claps hands together, rubs them together.
with
I
your
can do
knees,
this.
with your knees, not your back. Don't throw it your
You're
back.
not
Oh,
here.
God.
You don't see this.
Just turn around.
I'm much better than this. Can I roll again?
Yeah, go ahead and roll again.
Okay, that's much better. 14.
14 is more than a 10.
Perfect.
With a little bit of posture correction and a
Sorry,
second
13.
attempt. 13 is still more than 10. With a bit of posture correction, you manage to pry up the loose flagstone, and there is in fact a little bit of a divot underneath, hiding what looks like a very old leather-bound book.
Someone's diary.
Old stuff. Heisan. I think Heisan knows how to handle old, very old books
I would
gently.
imagine so.
Is going to like start just laying out. Like I want to think. You know what? No, we're probably not going to be using performance of creation for a lot. I think he's going to performance of creation into just like a standard issue archival kit. Let's call it of like just a nice desk with soft materials.
Preservation's tools.
Yeah. So to be able to handle this without breaking it.
Sure. It is remarkably well preserved, probably because it was sealed under this flagstone for a period of time. Kind of an unknown period of time.
Now, is it written in a language that he understands?
It will be written in Elvish.
Then yes.
Damn.
So, yeah, it is in fact a personal journal. From the...
Oh. You missed shenanigans.
say
Just a
the cicada was screaming outside my This is the personal journal of the Patriarch of Hightower. And it describes a variety of things. Are you interested in basically reading through the whole thing?
Oh, 100%. Hey, someone like, do you want to?
Sure.
We'll take a look at John. This is pre-deafening war script. Or, supposedly, this is a once... looks at John and says, this is a once-in-a-lifetime kind of find. People do not find stuff this old, normally. Would you like to read this with me?
I'm flattered. Of course I would. And I'll begin ritual casting, comprehend language.
Solid. Once done and as read, the journal contains largely gossip and complaints. Is the primary amount of content, though. About halfway through, it becomes less about what style of dresses their servants are wearing, and a lot more turning to the state of the region, mentioning about how there has been a lot of great tension between the triad of kings, that they believe there is likely to be conflict soon, though they believe themselves far enough away as to be largely unaffected. Their house is small, and as such, will likely not be called upon by Mahatlan to participate in any such conflict that would arise. And after all, Mahatlan is such a powerful and defensive region, such that there's really no reason to be concerned if conflict should arise anyway. They're spearmen, and their horses are strong and firm, and there's nothing that could truly break their defensive line.
The war can possibly never come here.
The war could possibly never come here. Reed's
Never
book
possibly.
in ruins in war-torn land.
Never possibly come here.
And the latest entries are that the war has started, and that there is purportedly, from all three kings, many more wizards in the employ of their armies than anticipated, and that the battlefields, as seen even from up here, are rather shocking, for they note that even from here, with a view of the valley itself, could see the spells streaking across the battlefields on both sides in a level of devastation that clearly they were not anticipating.
Ooh. Does this ring true with anything Heisan already knows?
Common knowledge about the Deafening War is simply that it was a very high-profile conflict between the three kingdoms in the region, and that it ended very abruptly and with the arcane devastation of the region. Matla, as a country, basically only recovered as a result, exists as a direct result of recovery from that conflict. And is why there is a very large kind of unclaimed nomad zone between the Haraxan Coalition, Brodor, and Matla.
Okay, so story lines up.
And it is not well known really why the war ended, what happened, who is responsible for this, effectively salting and burning of the lands between them. But from this journal, you can surmise that, the level of arcane prowess displayed directly during this conflict was very much a surprise to the people within the bounds of the countries.
Well, the first half was absolute. Well, the first half was absolute duller. It was absolutely dull, but this part is fascinating. Heisan says, just reading through this.
Zara's just been kind of quietly reading alongside. They're not really commenting on anything. They're just kind of Okay. And just, like, continuing on. They're quite a silent reader.
And you know, sounds it's. And I don't. So they're. Can I do a history? Well, common knowledge. I wonder. Is there? I wonder how. I'm guessing there's. I wonder how much of this there would be in the archive already. How much would the archive already know about the Deafening War? And I'm guessing not too much.
Not a lot. It is as a result of that destruction and kind of the collapse of various nations around it. There's a lot of effective, like, Dark Age information loss surrounding it. Simply wasn't a lot of first-hand accounts, and those that what persisted largely exists in myth and legend more than anything else. You can go ahead and roll a history check if you'd like to.
I would like to. 17. Oh no, not 17. I forgot. I got proficiency up, so that'd be 19.
19. The events of the Deafening War itself are still very much unknown to you, but you recall, relative to politics in the region, that prior to the Deafening War, the triumvirate of kingdoms, and kings specifically, were purportedly great allies. The reason the three flourished so much, especially to an arcane extent, was because the kings were such close friends and allies to one another. And it appears that something changed, and hard to say what.
Yeah, but I'm guessing this is also just a perspective we have not seen yet, maybe.
It is certainly a very rare account of events in the war at all.
Okay.
It was kind of assumed, I think from that, with the, like, addition of the triumvirate of kings, it was assumed via the consequences of the war that the kingdoms were known to be magically inclined. That, like, the use of wizardry in the warfare would be like, oh, well, of course, because we all have these great standing armies of war wizards. But it appears that was actually very much a surprise to the people within the kingdoms.
Okay. Hisan will say to Zeron, forgive me for pausing my reading, but I believe that maybe if I sent this home to the right person, it could help engender me some leeway, perhaps some notability, and perhaps in the right hands it could make some second guess my own state within the archive as a whole. Zeron, would you be okay if I sent this back?
I have no issue personally. My thought process, though, they would be much appreciative of such a text. However, I'm not sure how much it would help your case.
Oh, it doesn't... Oh, I know it's not going to help my case. What I'm thinking is that if I can't appeal... If the decision's already been made, I can't appeal to them, but I can appeal to my colleagues. The archive is more than its elders. Perhaps if I just send it to the right people, make sure it's in the right hands. I don't know how I would do that, but this can make people make my own exile unpopular enough that
you are free to do what you wish. if this is something that you wish to do, and by all means, go ahead and do it if so. A, choose wisely on who you would send it to. I would urge you to send it to a trusted teacher, perhaps. A senior member. One that you know may look favorably upon you. And 2, don't expect any gratitude for it. It may come across as just you doing your duty to the archive, and that's fine, because in a sense, it is. It is expected of you to do exactly this. Am I correct?
I'll take that under advisement. I think possibly there are 1 or 2 people I could possibly send it to. Yeah, I think I might know one.
And lastly, make sure you are credited for finding this. Do not let someone else take the credit for you. Whether a close friend, colleague, sibling. Don't let them take the credit for something that you did to make them look better. And if they steal that credit, raise your voice. Hoot and holler, as they would say.
I'll see what I can do. Hassan is going to start writing a letter to his little... No. Actually, no. No, sorry, I need to think about where Hassan's going to send it for a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Jacques. Do you still have that box of gold on you, by chance?
I might.
You might.
Might not have decided yet where to send it to.
So you do still have it.
But I might still have it.
Good to know.
There's a non-0% chance.
Our fucking cards light up again. Just fall right back into the same fucking trap.
Noted.
Ominous.
All right.
I'm sure it's fine.
Is there anything else you would like to do with the ruins? Seems that there is not much going on here, all things considered.
Have I been here before?
You tell me. It's a likely place to be able to take shelter. Maybe someplace you'd be able to hide things. Tons of nooks and crannies in these ruins. I think it'd be a reasonable assumption to say you've been here maybe a couple times before. It's just far enough off the main route that would be kind of a nuisance to get to.
That's a good question. Have I been here before? Nah, I'm gonna say no.
All right.
Or at least not with any, like... excuse me. Oh, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't think Jacques finds this as a suitable hiding place.
Gotcha.
It's quite out of the way.
All right. Is everyone ready to keep heading on down the mountain?
Yeah. I think as people start to shuffle out, Kashmina trails behind Hason specifically, and then like gives a little tug at his shoulder.
Yes,
And then
Pashmina?
she proffers the potion Hason had shoved into her hands the night before.
Hasan also. Given my own ability to heal, I believe it is best in the hands of someone else. Clearly, I do not have the movement or the sort of capability to be trusted with that potion, seeing as I was knocked down with it.
I mean, all the more reason to take it now, so it doesn't happen again.
As you wish. Some will take it. Some will say. And Hasan will just take it back from you and begin to walk, but will turn back for one moment and say, I've been told before not to resurrect points of tension, but I do believe I need to say my piece, perhaps given my own time to think. In Kylan law, which I spent some time studying, old Kylan law, there used to be a provision regarding the care for drunkards. One's incapable, one's either a danger to themselves or ones who will inevitably walk into danger. It was common practice that if one encountered a drunkard on the streets of Kyla, that they guide them to a place of safety, or to a place of rest, or to the nearest guard, to be taken to such a place. I found that law, and the citizen that did so would be rewarded as such with a small pittance, few copper perhaps. There are many things I was not particularly fond of when it comes to Kylan law. But I'm not going to get into that. But that I particularly admired and have tried to live up to. When one finds someone incapable of making a good decision, or one who is very likely going to put themselves back into a position where their life and their well-being will be threatened, it is one's moral responsibility to ensure that one is safety. I want you to understand why I was angry, and that I believe we are morally culpable for whatever happens to that young man. Forgive me for getting so incensed by it, but it is a strongly held belief.
I don't hold it against you. I understand it as being your way of showing concern. That you even care so much what happens to them.
It'd be the second one of them we left behind, Pashmina. No, forgive me, I'm getting incensed again. Forgive me.
I mean, it will hurt if anything happens to them. It will. It will hurt a lot, and I will probably never forget that night. If things should turn out bad for them. Maybe old Kyla has such laws, and maybe those laws worked for them. Matla has no law. No law whatsoever, other than try to do what you think is right. So...
I hope that your decision was the correct one to make.
I don't think that's something we can ever know, Heisan. And at the end of the day, Jaxel wasn't a drunk. They were a confused kid, but, well, barely a kid. Still.
But clearly vulnerable.
They had the information and they had the skills to get by. I know what they're capable of.
And forgive my cynicism.
She just kind of shrugs.
I don't quite wish to dwell on this. Shall we just continue on for now?
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Continuing down the mountain.
Is there actually something I can do before we go?
Please.
Just mainly because it's a conversation I should have had technically the night before with everyone. There was one thing that I didn't do for our level up.
Oh.
Because I wanted to hold off because it's a character moment. Kind of a character moment that wanted to be brought up to the party. Which is what Eldritch Incantation and I'm getting.
Yeah. That one.
Because I kind of need to know. So, before everyone goes down the mountain, gathering everyone up in a group, Jacques is fine to be part of this conversation.
Huzzah!
Yes. Hi.
Huzzah.
That is something I would like to bring up and propose to the group here. I have been enlightened about it. Obviously, okay, starting off, it involves my pact.
An eyebrow goes up.
Specifically, I have been granted the possible ability to be a protector of sorts. I don't know all the specifics of it. The only caveat for it is your names have to be engraved into the lantern. I believe that you will not be added to my pack, but placed under protection from myself and my patron.
Like on the outside of it, or do we need a pen?
I believe it's interior.
Ah.
I didn't immediately agree to this. But after yesterday, I thought it only fair to bring it up.
What does it
You would
mean?
not be entered in on the pact. I promise.
But what does it mean to be under your protection?
If, from my understanding, and this is me without saying just the whole thing outright because metagame. From what I understand, if God forbid it, any of you were to go down in a fight, you would come right back. I wouldn't have to watch any of you go down. You are all free to say no. I am fine with that option. I just thought it best to approach this now. Your signature would have to be by your own hand. I could not write it down for any of you.
And so we're not affected by your pact, but what about you?
My pact is my pact. It shall continue until its end. However, it ends.
But would this... I mean, would we somehow be making it worse for you? I mean, it seems like there's always some give and take to these things. Would us going down be taking from you?
I don't know. I don't think so. But I don't know. Frankly, the less I speak to them, the better.
Yes, but this. Oh man, I lost my voice. What's fucking Jack's voice?
Yes.
Nah, yes, cause you know nothing.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah. Just need your phrase to get you back in it, right?
Perfect.
It would seem to me that this is one of those fine print situations where maybe you should know the ins and outs of what sort of agreement we would be signing on to.
I think they just look stressed out and tired now. Because, like, that alone is just like, yeah, I'm gonna have to go talk to them again.
See the lantern flicker invitingly.
Zoran, I've
Go ahead.
warned you of the repercussions these sorts of deals have before. And forgive my hesitation to interweave my own fate into whether directly or not, whether I bind my own soul to it, to involve myself so directly within one's path like that. Even if you say we are not signing on to it, we are clearly interacting with it. Is there any way you could perhaps show me where, how, so that I might be able to see how this works, perhaps? Even just a cursory glance? Sorry, I don't know if that made any sense.
There is a way, but I'm going to be straight with you. I don't like it.
How?
Simple. I don't want you talking with the devil. I don't want any of you talking with them.
Meanwhile, Jacques is kind of peering at your lantern going, is this devil inside of the lantern? And then he kind of taps on it.
Firstly, it's. I think that, like, even just poking it, like, they kind of, like, pull it back slightly. They're very protective of it. Devil isn't the right word. This is so weird explaining my situation to people. I made a pact with a genie and a Efreet, which is how I'm able to use magic. So they are not a devil, but it was a poor choice of words, which they're going to give me hells for it later, probably. It's fine. The more, like, long story short is, I can do this. I do not believe it would have any negative repercussions for me. Certainly not for any of you. And I do desperately want none of you to talk to Emma.
I'd like time to think on it, but if it would make you feel better and you're certain that it wouldn't cause you any more harm than already seems to come of your powers, then maybe.
If it would help your situation, I can go speak with them now. I don't think they'll say no to a conversation.
Zoran, I do hate to ask, and I know your misgivings, but would you be willing to have me at your side at the time? You seem to... intend to speak, but it would be even just nice to observe, so I might understand more fully what you are dealing with.
They
Oh.
look conflicted. Go on.
Genies are very tricky. You say one thing, you mean one thing, but there is a second meaning that can be derived from what you say. And so they use the second meaning. That is the true nature of a genie. So I don't think I would like to do this.
I would be interested. Although, speaking to them, perhaps not. But even just
Oh.
seeing one speak.
I would love to talk to a genie. I would not like to engage in commercial business ventures with a genie.
Are you sure you want to be there?
I would love to be there. A second set of eyes can perhaps is always good. Having somebody behind you while you talk to someone can be good, correct? God, how do I say this? Gambling with your life is not always the best thing done without supervision. Not to say that I know better than you what is good for you, but it is good to have someone back behind you as you speak. I may not have much experience with Jin, but God, should I do a history check? I actually don't know how useful Heisan would be, but maybe he could. Heisan would have some knowledge. Heisan has a good understanding of Arcana, even if it's from a bardic perspective. Do you think Heisan would know well enough? Would be able to just glean something about the nature of pact magic, and maybe try to help Zoran catch the little tricks. Do you think that's something Heisan would be capable of? Or, well, it's something that Heisan... Okay, so I thought through it. I think... Sorry, I had to rubber duck myself for a second. Heisan say... My magical knowledges are limited to within the scope of my own field, but if I can glean anything from what you have entangled yourself into, I think that would be useful, no? As I said before, you've attached yourself to something very unpredictable and dangerous, and you could lose yourself. I would like to prevent that, if I could.
Alright. Okay. The biggest issue right now is when I usually talk to them, it's usually in here, and they like tap aside their lantern. I don't know how to get you there. So I'm gonna have to start a fire.
May I try something?
Sorry?
May I try something?
By all means.
Okay.
Jacques is gonna grab the lantern.
Okay.
Oh,
A
Oh.
manic,
He's-
like, fear.
He's gonna shake it.
no. Like a beehive, like a jar.
And just be like, okay, come on out. Come on out. We want to talk to you. Come on.
My understanding of the lantern is that it does not house the entity itself. I'm pretty sure I did a thorough study on that, Jacques. I don't think that's... why are you still shaking it?
I think as you are holding the lantern, you intend to, like, speak with this entity. Zoran, your intention is to bring at least Hassan into the lantern, correct?
I don't think it's possible to do so. But, like, it was mentioned, like,
But that's your intention.
usually, yeah, like, it's... If there's a way for me to bring Hassan in, great. If not, then my next plan is to find a fireplace.
So, as Jacques is shaking it and you have activated it, I think there is a flash from the lantern. And whether intentional or otherwise, all four of you are going to be transported into the lantern.
Can I
Yes!
beg us for like a 3 to 4 minute break?
I was going to say, I would like to take a 10.
Okay, that's fine. I need to
shortly.
order food.
But yeah,
I'm happy with this outcome.
I
Oh,
was not
there
expecting
is
that. I was not
a bright
expecting that.
flash. And after that bright flash, the four of you are standing in a very plush, very comfortable internal with many cushions and lit braziers around you, and there is a silhouette of fire lounging on one of the couches. And that is where we'll pick up in 10 minutes.
Okay.
You're all very welcome.
This is Ron's nightmare right now. I just need to make this so apparent.
All right. Back in a bit. Bonk. Our horchata discussion is will not be on their recording.
Well,
You don't get to see
that's
my Baldur's
disappointing.
Gate save either. I
Hidden.
love it.
Hidden secrets. Donate to the Patreon to hear the horchata
Perfect.
conversation.
There you go.
Your local taquerias and burrito places. There are probably a bunch near you. Go and support them. They
Check 'em
usually
out.
got horchata too.
they're often pretty good.
All right.
Alright, I'm
Um,
ordering next. I'm ordering.
So, Emra, a figure of pure flame, is lounging on
Here we
these very
go.
nice cushions. Most of you haven't seen the interior of this before,
Nobody has seen it.
other than Zoran.
Nobody.
Very plush, actually very reminiscent of the kind of interior and design and plushness and comfort that you'd seen in kind of the Sibella estate. You were very briefly in the Sultanate. This seems like kind of designed to be very cozy and familiar to Zoran specifically.
Did we just do a plane shift?
Paython is going to see if he can find windows. Are there windows?
So the entire surroundings of this area are actually the colored glass panes of the lantern, and you can now see out from the lantern. You can kind of see the surroundings around you. In fact, you see Millie and Twig like peering down through the glass at the lantern that is now sitting on the ground.
Windows are like fogging up because they're like breathing
Snoofing.
onto it.
Ding,
Yeah.
Ding. Just
Yes.
taps on the.
Oh,
taps on the-
company. I heard someone wanted to speak with me.
Just me. Just me, Emra.
Oh.
A pleasure as
disappointing.
always. Over dramatic bow.
Thank you. Well, to the rest of you, I suppose I'm Emra. I am the one to whom Zoran owes their wonderful and beautiful abilities. And I am to understand some of you may be interested in accepting my extension of protections to one or more of you. Is that so?
We would like to, very much cutting off anyone that even opens their mouth. To hear exactly from your mouth what this would entail for me and for them.
It's very simple. You asked of me very recently, my dear hero, simply that you'd hope I would meddle a little less in your affairs, and I understand. I can respect that, and I thought I might extend, or rather retract my editing powers to help things stay the same a little bit in so far as they can, rather than to reach my quill in and change them such that they would be more entertaining to me. You see, our hero here, I would hate to see your companions, your fellow adventurers, snuffed out before your time, before you can come to a satisfactory conclusion. And as such, if you should find yourself in mortal danger once again, I'll do my best to make sure your lights stay lit, but a little bit longer. Can't promise I can do this altogether too often, but should you come into peril, I believe I can prevent you from totally going out. Mechanically, if you're interested. The first time between long rests that anyone who signs along with this drops to 0 HP, you will instead drop to 1. Once per long rest. Once per Zeron's long rest, specifically.
Correct.
Mm.
And as for what that would require of all of you, simply nothing. I desire no such thing, only to extend this retraction of my editing hand from our dear Zeron's affairs somewhat. An offer of goodwill and taking your requests into account.
What is this? You're kind of looking between like Zeron and Emra. Retraction, editing the. What do you mean by that?
Zeron here is the hero in a grand story, one that has been playing out for a long time now. And you all are participating characters, and it is a delight to watch your journey unfold. This was the deal we made. Your life shall be interesting.
The editing portion specifically is for such a tale. Things will not change as often and as heavily as they have in recent past. At least from there.
All I require is a signed name here within the lantern, such that I know what souls to save. There are so many in the immediate areas, and I want to make sure I've got the right ones.
So if someone signs, you'll stop messing with Zeron so much?
For the time being. The goal of the signing is less on the editing portion, this much is of my own free will. The signing is more such that I can help you all.
Them signing means they do not enter anything with you?
Of course. That's yours alone.
Ah, yes, that is what the archetypical temptress would say, though. Wouldn't you agree? That's the role you are playing here, is it not?
You're calling me a temptress.
I'm sure you know
Flattered.
I'm sure storytellers such as you would know the archetypes of story structure.
Oh, I'm familiar. I've never been so inclined as to claim the temptress, though. That is, well, must say I'm appreciative. That is very flattering.
I mean, it's a role you serve within your own story, is it not?
Oh,
What did I say about
It's not
speaking
my story.
directly? Please.
no, please, let him, I'm interested. You seem like a bit of a storyteller yourself,
Of
my
course.
little
Forgive me,
friend.
Saran. I will speak no more. And we'll cast Detect Magic briefly.
Yes,
Oh boy.
everywhere.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Literally
You
everywhere.
are inside a
Blinded.
magical object. And it's enchantment.
Goodness.
It's enchantment magic.
Yep. Yep. Nothing specifically from Emra, though. Correct.
I mean, also yes, Emra is a very inherently magical being.
Yeah.
Nothing will change. And you promise you will not retract.
No, of course,
That's-
unless you will it. At any time you want to remove your name from the lantern, you may do so freely. I'm really trying to help you and your friends out here, Zaran. Suspicion is unbecoming.
Can I do a thing?
I mean, obviously.
Can I summon another being into this realm?
Depends on how you would like to do so. Because the answer is a definitive maybe.
Well, we know that Jacques isn't really in this story, right? Like he's a side character's side character. What we really need is for the actual, as you call it, Deuteronomist to join the fray.
You're trying to get Loka in here.
So, and I can say,
Maybe.
I am able to write 4 names in the lantern. So it would be all of you, Jacques included, Loka included.
Well, your name has to be inscribed as well.
Does it say that specifically?
It says 4 names can be, up to your proficiency score, can be inscribed. If you would want yourself to be included, you would have to inscribe your name as well.
They would not.
Oh, no?
No.
Really?
They would not put their own name.
Noted. Loka can get their opportunity too. I do not believe Loka can be magically teleported into the lantern at this time, unfortunately.
Damn. Okay.
But he may get another opportunity.
Ember will
I was-
find them another time. It's fine.
Yeah. In a dark alley with a knife.
Yeah. Yep.
Knives, how droll.
Ron will just kind of look to the rest, kind of like turning their back from Emra. So with that, does that answer all your questions?
Can I do one final thing?
What would you like to do?
Not open Spotify. There we go. Character sheet. Can I roll insight on Emra?
Sure.
Because I don't think Jacques trusts this guy at all.
He's only
17? It's on what?
Noted.
Hasan wants to Can Hasan try to perhaps suss out what the nature of this magic sort of is, and how the interaction between the patron and, I guess, the co-signer in this case. Does Hasan have any frame of reference for this?
It's difficult. I'll let you roll Arcana for sure. It's difficult because every patron's relationship with their warlock, effectively, with their pacted individual, is pretty unique. There's not like a it's not like you can really like study pact magic.
Because it always differs on the
right, and it's not like frankly, Emra's not a devil. There's no like formal written contract agreement here. This is much looser and less precise than something like that.
Kind of like the difference between etiquette and actual law.
Yeah, this is very much in magical pact terms, a handshake agreement.
Okay.
A very binding handshake agreement, but it is a handshake agreement.
Oh, god damn it. That is a crit fail.
Crit fail. This type of magic is entirely foreign to you. You are aware that pact magic exists and some of its effects, but where's the contracts? Where's the formal where's the I do this? Where's the quid pro quo? This is way too loosey-goose. Like, what? How is Zeron even getting magic out of this?
Goddamn. Where's all the incantations and all the freaking...
Where are the runes? Purple? I was told there would be runes!
Alright, second question. Zeron said he had incense in this place, correct?
I believe so.
Did, yeah. Because that's how we got the smell of the dead body out of here.
Mm-hmm.
What's up?
Huh. Would you happen to have 250 gold worth of incense left in here? Out of pure curiosity, for absolutely no reason?
250 golds worth?
Yeah, probably not.
I was given enough incense to basically light this place up to get the smell out to the point that it was almost suffocating. I don't know how much they would have left, so I'm gonna leave that to the DM. Because I was not the one that paid for this incense.
Could you restate the question?
Alright, I guess I should just be more direct for this. For the purposes of legend lore, is how much incense is in here?
It's a good question. So while the incense in here is magical, it's the intangible kind of magical, not necessarily the can use as a casting component kind of incense.
Fuck.
The kind of incense that always burns because it cannot actually go down type of nonsense, right?
Yeah, it's magical incense. It's not like component incense. That's kind of a precise object.
I just got enough so it wouldn't smell like dead body in here. It's like
it was actually probably pretty cheap incense, all things considered.
Yeah.
Okay.
In bulk too, from Mirage.
Fuck, that's a lot of gold. Alright. That was my only question. Sorry, I interrupted Jacques' insight.
What did you end up with on it? You ended with a 17, right? On insight?
Who?
Jacques.
Oh, so I was not paying attention. I'm so sorry. Yeah, 17.
Awesome. You get the sense that, like, everything that Emra is stating here in this room right now is certainly being honest, but it's clear by the way kind of Zeron is treating this and the way Emra is treating this, that, like, This is a stint of honesty in a long line of deception. Insofar as, like, everything Emra is saying is true. You don't believe you are under any potential harm doing this, accepting this boon in this moment. But, like, this is not an individual to be trusted necessarily.
Okay.
In answer to Zeron's question, when he had turned around, Peshmina says, I think that answers everything I would have asked Emra, but what I want to know is this something you want, Zeron?
Oh boy. I have to think of my words, like, very carefully here.
Emra, like, leans a little bit further back and rests their head on a hand.
I just want to make sure that I am able to protect all of you. And a little extra insurance doesn't hurt. I'm no healer, but I just want to make sure that I keep all of you safe. To the best of my ability.
I think she reaches over and gives one of your hands just like a gentle squeeze. Kind of looks to you and then looks past you at Emra, and it's just like, how do we do this?
Just, very simply. And they will gesture to a little panel on the wall of the lantern that looks like in the molding, in the metal inlay between the panes of glass in the lantern, there is affixed a small panel of metal in the shape of a scroll, and a little etching tool next to it.
Alright. Peshmina steps up and takes the tool and begins etching her name very carefully into the scroll.
Yeah. It cuts very easily, almost like just writing with a pen, rather than needing to do the deep scratching necessary, but very shortly your name is etched into the panel. Anyone else, or am I just protecting the one of you?
I think Yisan will walk up and briefly touch the scroll and
Cast Identify if you can.
Yeah.
Sorry to keep casting.
The only thing you identify is the lantern itself. It
So
seems
this
that
is just
this
part of
is
the
a
lantern.
portion of the lantern, yes.
I think I'm fine having my name out of this. I hope you understand, Zeron.
Just kind of smiles and nods.
Disappointing.
you already have plenty of characters. What's one left? What's
But
one
you're
less?
so interesting.
You
Please. I would really hate to see you die.
They said no, Emra.
She get more interesting
I think
friends.
Kason takes that, the way they said that, as kind of an insult, almost like, you said that in a bit too fleeting a manner, like, am I not interesting? Am I boring? And then, but then no, he keeps walking back. Nope.
Anyone else? Room for 3 more.
Jacques, if you would like to, you are welcome to. Although I understand if you do not.
You know, Emra made such a convincing case as to why not to sign. So I think I shall leave my name off as well.
Just the paramour, then? This seems like an awful waste.
Are you so certain?
Yes.
There's great romance, don't you think?
Pashmina goes red.
You're not wrong.
Things are honestly confused at the
This
moment.
is not incorrect. Just I made a room for so many names. That's fine, it's fine. So I needed to fall in love with more people. We've got more room here. If the only one you'll sign are your lovers, we need more of them.
Understood. And they go over and they're going to sign their name then.
All right. Well,
I guess. I think they look over to Emra, but like specifically wanting to know what name to put down.
your title, your true name, not your. Whatever name you believe represents yourself. I have a preference, but I would accept whatever you choose to give me.
And they'll write down Zoran.
Good.
Alright. And I think they just stop after just all of this, and they realize they know how to get out the lantern. They don't know how everyone else is going to get out the lantern.
Alright, back on your journey. Shoot! And
Oh, even
Emma
better.
will clap, and there is another flash, and you are all standing outside of the lantern once again.
Ugh.
Takes the lantern up off of the ground.
Well, they are a character.
Right. Do you understand why now I didn't want any of you to speak with them?
Oh, of course.
I
Millie
think
and
it's
Twig
good
look
that
very
you.
I was just gonna say Millie and Twig look very curiously at all.
Mm-hmm.
I think it is very good that you share with your comrades what it is you deal with. At the very least. So now they know.
I suppose I'm sorry you were brought into it.
Oh no, I enjoy being in the presence of beings of divine power. It's very comfortable for me.
I think they almost look concerned.
Red flag.
Yeah, a little bit.
I don't know if this came across. That was dripping in sarcasm.
Oh, okay, because I hated that. It felt very intrusive. It felt weird coming into your space.
I don't think anyone hated that more than myself, personally. I don't care about any of you coming into the space, other than, goodness, I became so painfully aware of how I need to redecorate in there.
It was pretty drab, yes.
Listen, I didn't know I was going to have guests.
I thought it was cozy.
Thank you. Gods, I knew this moment was going to happen, and I'm still mad it happened anyways. But it's over. It's over. It's fine now.
Not to rush us along, but we still have quite a ways to go, and we probably don't want to linger.
No, of course. My most sincere apologies for the delay.
I don't think any of us were expecting that, least of all you.
For the record, it went better than I was expecting it would. Come, we should carry on before it gets too late.
Yeah.
All right. The rest of travel today is relatively quiet as you continue down the mountain. You're almost getting to the point where you can kind of see into the grand fields of Matla as a whole, but it's just a little foggy today and hard to make out too much beyond a few miles. So it's a relatively easy trek. Once you get into the early evening, as you can see the sun starting to set on the horizon, all of you feel a heat in your various pockets.
Ah, jeez.
As your cards begin to light up.
Here we go again!
Jacques, you didn't did you send that chest off?
Of course I did. I have no reason to keep it.
Then why are our charms lighting up?
Is my charm lighting up?
It is.
Oh. Maybe they're trying to find us.
I'm going to ask you to roll deception for saying that you did get rid of the chest.
What? You think I'm lying? Fuck!
Well, did you get rid of it?
Alright, I'm on my way. Insight?
That's the one.
That's a natural 20, asshole.
This is also like...
Yeah.
This is a large... Like, where are you hiding it? This is a, like...
19
It's a...
plus 6.
It is a chest of 1,000 gold.
I rolled up my second 3 for the day.
Oh my god.
That's
For
so
a total
funny.
of 13.
I also rolled a 3.
I think Pashmina fucking... So, like, this was a casual conversation for all of 2 seconds. She fucking winds around on you and has the glaive, like, pointed at you. With an eyebrow raised, like... Do we need to empty your pockets?
I do not think it wise to draw your weapon against me.
Are you gonna bring these people down on us again?
Was it my fault the first time?
It can be your fault the second time.
Hey, someone's gonna, like, put a hand on the glaive and say, Jacques, They are going to. You are involved now. They are going to take you to. Send off a fence. Send it to a fence, or go your own way. I'm sure you wouldn't like to disappoint Mistress, the good matron Fahey, or lose her trust and business.
Kind of squints at you at that. So we've made it like all the way through the day at this point.
It is near the end of
Of
the
travel?
day, correct? Yes.
Okay.
You are just over 1 day's travel away from the border of Mala.
We're still on this ruins board, if you want us to be on a new board.
I can pull you to the next one.
That came out more threatening than I meant it to be.
I'm just trying to figure out what Jacques would do in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like
1,000 gold's a lot. Like, I think Jacques is reacting actually quite reasonably to the prospect of gaining 1,000 gold. Especially for, you know, a thief.
yeah.
And you know this path, they're close to the border. You know this path better than anyone. Like, they shouldn't have a hard time getting to Matla. And if you want to keep this gold, you can fuck right off.
Huh.
Let me... How about a compromise? I can send that gold to a location where I know no one will touch it. When we're done with it, we can just get it back. Fairly simple.
And where, pray tell, might you send this?
It would be in a secluded temple deep in the Notskog jungles of the north. Oh wait, crap! Wouldn't have any way to get back, would we? Fuck.
I mean, there's the circles, right? Or I don't know where you mean.
Yeah, but I consider for a second for like I could send the money to we could just use the teleportation circle Hassan's gained, send it to the Notskog, like deep in the Notskog in the temple, put it in a secluded area where it won't be touched, then retrieve it when we need to, like a little safety deposit box, since we have the means to get there. But then again, I remember now, we don't have a way of getting back here because the
Back here specifically, yeah, no.
Because
The teleportation circles last an hour, so you can go and find a place to hide it and get back in an hour. You could. You'd have to cast teleportation circle twice to do that. Once to get here, once to get back.
Yeah, and we would need the sacrifice
Twice.
Yeah, and and it's probably not guaranteed that we'd be able to do a hunt.
How well do you think you can? Do you think you can find a small or larger creature? But small or larger, like 3 might have a little difficulty getting something roughly their own size. Like I think if you do that, there is a real chance you can't get back within the hour, especially if you want to hide the chest effectively.
Okay. Can I retcon that then? Because
you can still suggest it and think about it. And your character is allowed to rethink that process.
Yeah.
I hate that I had a dumb idea.
Well, it would take 2 boars. It would take 2 small animals to hunt. But arguably, I could solve it. I could get that plate into a safe location and get it back. It would take just a simple hunt to capture 2 creatures, and then we keep it in a safe location.
Well, can I talk to you in the corner?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
God
no.
damn it! He's gonna.
Fuck.
Hello.
Hello. I'm struggling.
Oh yeah. So things we know that may help you a little bit here, or things I know that may help you a little bit here is, so we're coming up on Matla. One of the things we already have earmarked for in Matla is finding one of the temples that have teleportation circles in it, so that we can basically get back to Loka and get Loka back here. I think if Jock is like, yeah, this is a bridge I'm not even convinced I'm fully going to burn and feel like it would be worth to burn, I think Jock is completely justified in just leaving the party here.
See,
what are you thinking?
I think that way too, but I think I think Jacques is not a good person, but he's not a bad person.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I think he has taken on an assignment, and he wants to complete that because that is what he is, been asked to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm almost wondering if, like, can he leave the party but still keep an eye on them from afar?
Yeah, you can do that
And
if you
so
want to.
if they get into trouble, he can just be back again.
Do you want to go ahead and make me like a couple stealth checks right now? To like determine how effectively you can do that. And let's say 2, and because you're still in the region of influence, you get to make both of them with advantage.
Hell yes. Okay. That was a nat 20 on the first one.
Incredible.
Which is a 32.
That's real good.
The second one is going to be 27.
Yeah. So those will definitely stand. If you, we can check those against perception and passive perception if they choose to do like guard duties or whatnot. But yeah, if you want to leave but not leave with Jacques, I think that's a completely reasonable thing to do. Because then basically you're still fulfilling your end of the bargain, but trying to kind of like limit the threat of this gold to the group.
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah. I think that is really cool and good. Let's do that.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you.
Hell yeah. That's, yeah, rad. All right, back to it.
Yep.
Play it off of. Oh.
Fuck.
Oh. I know what I'm gonna do. I got this.
Let's see what they're about to do, because that was...
Okay.
Hey, Dungeon
Okay.
Master, can you stream again?
Oh, yes, I can. I didn't realize I stopped.
It stops when you leave.
Ah, that makes sense.
Just noticed I didn't pick up a spell for leveling up.
And you were undecided about whether you wanted to grab that feature too, so.
Yeah. So I have one spell I can learn, and I'm like, oh no, what do I do?
I mean,
So, Hasan has suggested hiding the gold.
Kashmina, do you still have your glaive pointed at me? Even slightly?
Oh no.
I think she's lowered it, but is definitely kind of standing on guard. Just like, you told a bold-faced lie, and that got under her skin, especially after everything that just happened. So she looks, she's got a look in her eye right now.
I have worked with many crews, and as soon as trust seems to be broken, it is very hard to get it back. So, I offer you a proposition. I will tell you the way. It's very simple. To Matla. And you shall be safe, for I shall not be around. Because we have found ourselves at an impasse. I have come into a not insubstantial amount of money. I hope you can respect this. But if not, I understand. Actually, you know what? I don't need your respect.
it is a life-changing amount of money. I will give you that, especially in these parts. I made one mistake by giving it to you, but I won't make the same mistake twice.
Look, I do not blame you for the attack that happened on us earlier. What's done is done. They found us. If this is the means that's what they found us, then so be it.
Might I get a word in real quick? A different proposition of sorts. If you will hear me out, of course.
Well, you have me at glaive points, so I will say you have my attention.
Firstly, Pashmina, you can lower your weapon.
She set it aside.
Wonderful. We are talking here as maybe not friends, but associates. How about this? Because I very much would like to continue traveling with you until we reach our destination. What if I bought that coin from you? An even exchange. 1,000 of our gold for the box and that gold. Not a silver more, not a silver less.
I will not inconvenience you in such a way.
On the contrary, I do not mind, firstly. Secondly, I have perhaps the safest place in the entire world to keep it. So I'm not worried
You know, that's
about
what
it
you all
falling
say.
into the wrong
His son
hands.
says he can send it to wherever he pleases, to the jungles of the Netkog. You say you have the safest place in the world. Who knows where that could be? Truthfully, it does not matter, because at this point, I don't think that trust can be retained. So, I shall tell you the way, and I shall take my leave.
Is there nothing we can say or do to change your mind? At least for the last leg of the journey.
Luckily for you all, it's a very short journey from here to Matla. Not difficult to traverse. So no, my mind is made up.
Very well. It has been an honor being by your side, even brief, as it was.
I feel the same, likewise. I hope that this journey for you does not end in grief. For I think you have very difficult tasks and decisions to make. But I will say, if after this point you require my services for any reason, you may still reach out to Jean.
That is much appreciated. Thank you.
I think with that, then Jacques is going to explain to you all the easiest, safest path down from here to Matla.
Yeah. Luckily, it's very simple. It's here to the river, and then following the river down into Fendil, and then the river from probably stay. I think it's generally recommended to stay on the Fendilish side of the river instead of the Gardish side of the river, and then just all the way into central Matla. It's a very direct route, very easy to follow.
Very well.
Very well.
Oh, and one last thing, please. Zron's gonna hold their hand out.
For like a handshake?
You still hold on to something of mine.
Ah, yes, I had forgotten. Yeah, that's not even a deception. Literally, the
Yeah.
player that I
Yeah.
had forgotten. Yeah, he'll hand it back over to you.
Much appreciated. Enjoy your coin, and best of luck on any and all future endeavors.
Wish the same to you all.
Sorry to have dragged you into all this, and maybe if we meet again, it'll be under better circumstances.
I do not say this with malice. But I highly doubt that if we meet each other again, it will be under the different circumstances. It would likely be the same circumstances. But I harbor no ill will. Know this.
Fair enough. Likewise.
And with that, I shall take my leave. I need to go decide if I'm going to sell my house now.
Fair.
And with that, Jacques will
Au revoir.
skulk off.
All right.
He starts doing cat moves. He starts prancing about.
Sprints full tilt into the underbrush.
On all fours.
Yeah,
He's like making
disappears immediately.
Those, you know, like
God.
the scritching noises a cat will make on hardwood when they start pouncing.
Oh,
Oh,
So weird.
It's just the three of you and the two foxes.
damn! I'm surprised.
Mm.
An interesting if sudden end.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it is what it is.
alright.
Full disclosure, I guess, for the recording. My idea was to send the money to the Thronian treasury.
Hmm.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah.
I was fully intending on sending it to the treasury, basically buying it out, sending, like, the trapped version to the treasury, because what the fuck are they gonna do
Mm-hmm.
about that?
And then just yeah.
But, okay.
I mean,
You've got just a
Yes,
little bit left to
all's well
travel
that
to do
ends well.
today,
Yeah.
and then make camp.
Onwards and onwards.
Right. There's just a little bit of travel left to do today. Maybe another few miles of walking before the sun has set enough that it's a little too dark to continue onward. Camp is easy, if quiet. Is there anything you'd like to do before resting for the evening? I'm sure those of you who didn't sleep last night are probably quite exhausted at this point.
yeah. Basically just going through the motions of camp.
Hmm.
Cole, I have a question about sending out that book. Would you prefer I send it to a character we've already established, or one that...
Either or. It'd probably be easier if it was a character we had established, but I am extremely down if you have someone in particular in mind that is otherwise.
Yeah, I kinda do. Would
Oh,
you
yeah.
like to discuss that later?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind. I think that sounds good.
Yeah, sorry about that.
If you would like to say that you have sent that off this evening, we can discuss it later if you'd like.
Okay, I'd love to. Thank
Awesome. Yeah. And carefully packaged for Carthaxes.
you. Thank you.
Absolutely.
With extra special archive organic biological bubble wrap.
Nice parchment.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Before anyone rests, Pashmina says, I spoke a little with Zaran. I guess yesterday evening, at this point, about making sure that they would never be on watch alone. And since there's only the two of us, we'll split a watch with them.
Splitting a watch sounds fine.
Alright. Your
Hopefully
preference? First or second watch?
You have a far better constitution than I. I would appreciate if I was allowed to sleep undisturbed. I can take the first watch. If that is okay.
Certainly.
I'll never say no to good company.
Alright. The sun sets, night falls. It's time for perception checks.
Perception.
Either both of you may make one, or one of you may make it with advantage.
I'm... Oh, okay. I guess separate.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I
I heard the roll,
kinda-
so I'm like, okay, that's fine.
Yeah. Sorry.
Ooh, okay. 21.
21's pretty good.
Nice.
That's an 8. Not very
8.
good.
All's quiet. It's a peaceful evening. A little bit further down the mountain now. The air's very clear. Stars are very bright. Animals are still about, but fairly quiet. It's very peaceful.
He's honestly will, I guess, pipe up at some point or time. Your patron very much fancy themselves the puppet master, don't they?
Was having an okay time on watch, immediately you just see the ears go back. Something like that.
Yes. What kind of story do you think they are trying to write with you? If they are.
If it's something for them, something they've said many, many times to me before. An interesting one.
How infuriatingly vague.
That's how it is with them.
Oh.
Excitement is what I usually see from them. Anything out of the ordinary. Obviously, already, my life, my story so far is extraordinary. Simply by who I am, who I was, what I'm doing now, who I chance to be around, be with.
John, do you remember the story I told you before of the
of the great tiger and the hunter?
I do.
Do you remember it, by the way?
Yes,
Okay, good.
I do.
Remember the sacrifice. That story is a very famous tragedy, and I see in you much of that hunter's archetype. Self-sacrificing and self-sacrificing and noble. One willing to sacrifice everything of theirs if it means preserving that which they hold dear. I hope you remember the ending to that story. And I hope you be careful. Because I am sure someone as old as them has read that story as well.
I know.
So,
It's
sorry, go on.
You know, it wasn't until I met you again that I started to regret my back.
Forgive my causing you such distress and regret.
On the contrary, I am immensely grateful for it. I, quite frankly, went blindly into this because the sound of the end goal was perfect. It was exactly what I wanted. Freedom from my little palace. Freedom from a loveless marriage. Unspeakable power that I've never had before. And the chance to be the hero I always wanted to be. It all sounded like a dream come true. And in a way, it still is. And then you told me that story. And everything started to make sense. Of how truly fucked I am.
Forgive me.
No, please.
The kind of language I hear from you often.
It really isn't. Goodness, trust me.
Oh,
My
yes,
mother would be beside herself right now.
Oh, yes, she would.
But I simply don't know a better word to say.
Well, you've read many a story. Start steering the story in a different direction than you are already. You have the unique possibility of being a character in control of your own actions. As much as your patron fancies themselves the editor and director of the story they seem to tell, or at least that's what I get from them. Try taking it in a direction that, in the direction towards the end, in a direction away from what you think they want, or a direction to one that you want. One. I know that sounds incredibly silly, but to think of your life as to start thinking about your decisions in the context of the books you've read as a child. But that seems to be by the logic by which they operate. Or,
I
of course,
suppose so.
maybe you won't have the same tragic ending as so many others. If you know where to take the story next. I know that sounds heavily pretentious, even though but it is what it is. At the manor, you wouldn't happen to have... Would you trust me with... Wait, let's see how much... I'm just gonna name a price. It's 750 gold if I did not tell you what it was going to be for. Oh, or wait, no, 650 gold.
Just give you the gold and just not ask what it's for?
Yes.
Absolutely not.
Fuck.
It would have been so funny if you did, but didn't do it for look.
It's like out of character. They'll happily give you the gold. They just want to know what's going on. They won't ask questions probably about it. They just want to make sure you're doing nothing that'll harm the others.
My son will say, this is only to the benefit of everybody involved. All I ask is a little bit of trust for this.
And you won't... You refuse to tell me. I am your friend, and I won't judge you what you're using it for. I'm just...
I know. There's a reason, and I will tell it to you in time.
Yes.
Would you be
Am I
willing
allowed
take
to
a...
insight
Sure.
for this?
Yeah.
Like, just try and, like, see how much I'm getting from this?
Yeah. That's I think Hassan's trying to mask something a little bit.
Yeah.
That's a 15 on deception, but...
That's a dirty 20 for insight.
Oh.
Okay. I'll say... You think Hassan only has positive intentions and wishes almost directly, this is for you specifically.
For Zeron?
Yes, or he has intent. Like he is. Well, that's a 7. That was a dirty 20 versus his 15. It would be in relation to Emra. That's what you'll get.
Oh, fuck.
As in, he's not going to do some. He's trying to somehow help the situation with this money.
Without trying to metagame it, is there a way that you could just say it to the player?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, is that okay? Sorry,
as long as you're okay with it, just because, like,
Hassan
that's a lot of gold. B, if it's relating to Emra, you can't, like, just break the pact.
Okay. Hassan wants to cast Legend Lore on Emra, which might give us clues to maybe regarding Emra's own origins, their own past, and perhaps even how to outwit them, like in the stories. Hassan is being vague about it because he thinks Emra is always listening.
Also, maybe a quick relevant thing for you, Eli, vis-a-vis cost. So it's 250 gold of incense, which the spell consumes, and 4 ivory strips worth 50 each, which it doesn't.
Yes, but it would still take 650 gold.
450.
450.
Oh, 400.
4 times 50 plus 250. So
Oh.
450 total.
Okay.
More if
I'm
you
good
wanted to
at
cast
that.
it more than once.
I'm good at math. So yeah, just 450.
That's hard.
And you promise this is only something beneficial.
Well, of course.
It won't hurt you in any way.
Oh, not at all.
And this won't come to bite you in the backside in any way.
Well, God's willing it won't. I can't imagine how it would.
I trust you. Yeah. And they will fish out that money. So I will go ahead and take 450 out of the party funds.
Ooh-wee.
Hooray, I will add that on to it, and...
I mean, to be fair, it's technically party funds, so it was Hassan's anyways, but Duran's just the one holding on to it all.
Okay, yeah, I'll just say... Alright, I'll just put my gold to 450 and...
Just add 450 to your...
discretionary funds.
Yeah, it's just put it in your character sheet, because I already took it out of mine.
Alright. Yeah.
Cool.
All right.
And sorry, I made that so vague in the...
No, you're so fine. It's just me just kind of being like, wait a minute.
What is it? Yeah, what is
Wait
this?
a minute.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pay off Emra.
I was like,
Hey, Emra,
Mildly
can I
concerned when
offer
said
you-
it was just Zeron. I'm
Can I-
like, oh no.
Emra, can I offer you 750 gold to please let my friend out of the pact?
Look, I see you like stories. I can buy a bunch of books.
I can
How
buy
about
so many
that?
books. Do you know how many books I can buy for 750 gold?
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. Anyway,
Wild.
that half of shift is done. Hassan, you may do some sleep. Pashmina and Zaran, up for your next shift.
I will roll, and then my food is here, so I'm gonna roll it, drop the amount, and then
Sounds
real
good.
quick.
rolling perceptions?
Yep.
You know, for how much books cost, it'd probably only be like 30 books.
Yeah, it wouldn't be actually that many.
I mean, yeah, probably like a couple gold a piece, depending on how good the book is. Printing presses exist, but are rare.
Oh, see, I'm thinking just like today's dollars, you know.
I rolled a 19.
Noted. Yeah, and once again, all quiet on the home front. It is quiet and it is pleasant. I'll wait for Zeron to get back, but otherwise we can move to the morning.
Yeah.
Food. What kind of rations are y'all eating?
I think,
Y'all like hardtack?
Leaf.
Leaf.
you know what? I think we have, I like to think we have rice.
Yeah, rice packs well.
Rice would be a good, you know.
Yeah, like some rice. Put some, and like mix some salt pork in the water with that.
Sure. Catch a rabbit.
Yeah.
Find some herbs and spices.
I don't think Hassan's hunting a rabbit. Like, what is he gonna do? Cast Chill Touch and rot the thing from the inside? Who wants to eat necroman?
Pashmina's got miso.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah.
Mm.
Bean curd.
Does not eat animals.
Why
How's
would
Pashmina feel
not?
about broths?
As long as they're like vegetable broths or
Onion.
Hmm.
Onion broth.
Mushroom broth?
you can make very good stocks out of the
Shrooms.
cuttings of things, so yeah.
Fried shrooms.
Clean.
Is anyone doing any drugs?
Oh, copious.
Jacques off in the woods getting real high.
Oh god,
Oh,
Jacques,
yeah.
Jacques is done. Man, I'm sad we didn't get to hear any of Jacques' old man partying tales. Like, when I was younger, these are the kinds of parties I went to. This is the kind of shit we got to back in the day. Of course, Jacques
There
would
might
probably
be
not.
still time. You never know.
Yeah.
A not insignificant number of my
Suspicious.
friends list is playing Baldur's Gate 3 right now.
Yeah. It is the same has been. Well, actually, no. The same has not exactly been with me. It's mostly been just me looking up and seeing, oh yeah, there's Caroline playing Baldur's Gate 3 again. And oh,
I was confused briefly because I was just like, wait, Eli's playing Baldur's Gate right now?
Oh no, I'm not. That's my brother.
Yeah,
But,
which I think is very funny.
My brother and I have been like we have so much money. The Steam library represents so much money that at this point I'm like, I do not want to start another account.
Mm-hmm.
Like I have like, what's the word? Like it's part sunk cost fallacy of like, oh, but there's so much in this library already. I don't want to be switching through accounts constantly with my own personal one. And also it's just a part of it's what me and my brother have always done. We had the shared game library.
All right, I'm sorry, I'm back.
Nope, no worries.
You're good.
Welcome back. Yeah.
Apparently.
Watch is
it's all
quiet.
here.
Would we like to move on to the next morning?
I have one thing I'd like to talk to Katrina about real quick.
All
I'm
right.
sorry.
Go for it.
It's just a
This is the
small comment. Small comment. It's fine. Already super embarrassed about it. I wanted to apologize for how Emra acted.
Oh, it's fine, I guess. It's not as though I mean, you're not responsible for them. I don't think that's how it works anyways.
No, gods no. It's still small comments. I'm sorry.
I think it just mostly took me by surprise. They're very candid.
Apparently I know how to choose them. I know it wasn't a big deal. It could be. I'm not sure. It's just the one comment caught me by surprise, and I'm sorry.
I mean, were they inflating things and being dramatic, or do you find what they said to be accurate?
Largely accurate.
I think she seems
think.
happy about that.
I think. So it's again isn't a big deal. I just thought it's only proper to apologize for their attitude and their language. That's all. That's all.
Apology not needed, but accepted anyways.
Trying so hard not to be a nervous wreck right now.
All right. The
That is
evening
all.
moves on, and shortly therein, it is the first morning. It's time to generate weather.
Weather!
I honestly love this.
The weather one is very fun.
Overcast.
Yay!
A high of 50, low of 32, so a little warmer,
Not bad.
and some very light wind. So the sun will not be beating down upon you as you travel down today.
Very nice.
Mild day.
And as you continue onward today, as said before, it is a mild kind of overcast day. Because it's overcast, you're actually somewhat denied the grand view of the valley. It's a little disappointing, I think, Pejmina, to be this close and not be able to see kind of the long rolling fields and hills of Fandil from the height. But maybe you'll get an opportunity tomorrow while you're still at the base of the mountains. And you can just see the dense forests of Guard off to the north, albeit vaguely. Travel's fairly easy today. The incline, or rather decline in this case, is much less steep, and now you're, as Jacques directed, traveling practically just beside the river. The path is well worn, it's very easy, and it's a dirt road, so very easy on the fox's feet. They seem a little chipper, even though it tends to be kind of a gray day overall. Travel is uneventful, unless there's anything you would like to do before reaching the end of today's journey.
Could Hassan do some? Would Hassan have time to do necromantic study, perhaps?
It's a little harder since you don't have a cart.
Okay. In that case, I might.
It's harder to ride. I'm going to say you may if you'd like to. It'll be a little bit more difficult. And you may only make partial progress.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, what could go wrong here? I have
Of course.
intellect fortress and proficiency
Absolutely.
in wisdom saves.
So, go ahead and make me an Arcana check and a wisdom save.
Yeah.
As always, the DC is 25.
Yeah. And should I specify what I'm specifically trying to find out? Or
Yeah, if you have an idea. As we said, we are in the experimentation phase. We are less in the discovering what is within the book and more trying to figure out what could be applied using these techniques.
I think he sounds trying to study the control aspect, that which is the one that he's observed in the tattoos of the Fang and of the incantation being performed on the dragon.
They do seem to have some sort of ability to be able to maintain, exert control over the undead that they raise one way or another, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not good. Yeah. And that was a wisdom save, or was that a con? Okay.
Wisdom save.
No.
Which I believe you had advantage on, or proficiency in?
Advantage and proficiency.
Nice.
But looks like it's still not going to be good enough today. That's going to be a 20.
On the Arcana?
On Arcana? Oh.
All
Sorry,
right,
no.
for the wisdom save? Or the Arcana is DC 25. The wisdom save is currently DC 13.
Okay, so I just rolled the wisdom save.
Okay.
Alright, sorry about that. So
No,
the
that's
wisdom save was a 20. Arcana.
Totally fine.
Looks like Arcana's not gonna be doing it. That's a 15.
15. So, some progress. You've definitely got the juices flowing on the idea, like kind of thinking about how that would work, maybe, but nothing really solid to be able to attempt or reproduce today.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that mix-up.
Of course, no worries. All right. It is an uneventful day. And by the end of the day, it is now, you are at the, almost to the foot of the Cloudbreaker Mountains. And practically, once again in Fandil, though it'll take probably another hour or two of travel to truly get there. It's time to rest, and it's time for more watches.
Oh boy.
Watch.
Notably, last night, after your split with Jacques, amulets and cards did not go off again. Nor have they this evening before the watch.
Interesting.
Same pairing, same order. Zoran and Hassan, then Zoran and Pashmina.
Or would we like to mix it up?
I literally have a thing that makes me not need to sleep, which is why I've been just kind of been like the go-to watch person. I mean, if you want me to just be like, no, shut up, go to bed, okay, that's fine.
Go to sleep.
Pashmina wants multiple people, at least 2 people on watch at all times.
Yeah.
Let's go with the same. So Zoran, Hassan, give me some perception.
Yoink.
Natural 20.
Natural 20.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Quite good. Yeah, all clear. Feeling good. Hassan, you feel like you've got a real strong sense of the surroundings, all things considered.
Yeah, I see a little rat and point. I see a little rat and a little field bowl when I point it out to 3.
3 immediately destroys it.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Like, you point it out and you just see a shadow like, phew! And then the vole is gone.
Oh.
My god.
Alright, and Zoran and Pashmina.
Yoink. Ooh, not great. 12.
8, 9, 10. 10. That's my total. Matt keeps popping in and out.
Oh no.
Internet.
What were your totals?
10 and a 12.
10 and a 12. Yeah, all clear.
Cool.
A little less confident with the overcastness, but with the calm of the previous evening, or previous watch, you're fairly reassured that it's fine.
Everything okay, Matt?
Matt. Hang in
Yeah,
there, Matt.
I don't know why my Discord keeps on closing.
Jumping in and out, yeah.
Yeah, like
I keep seeing you, like, rejoining Tailspire, too. It's
maybe
weird.
that's what's going on, because I don't...
Weird.
Some kind of internet bullshittery.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know what's going on.
Not too worried about it. Alright. It is the next day of travel. It's time to see what the weather's like.
Weather!
Pink.
Give me some rain.
Rain!
Yay!
Can we performance of creation a covered wagon?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
It's all. Hassan says, this only lasts 4 hours. Let's make do. Let's make use of it.
Thank
By all
God.
means.
For a little bit, yeah. Rain temps between 52 and 41.
Chilly rain.
Chilly rain. And it's not heavy rain, but it is a bit obscuring your vision somewhat. So you are fully denied your nice sight of the rolling hills, but maybe you'll get a chance to see it again later. But it's an open country. There's not exactly a border. You just kind of have your wits about you to realize, like, yeah, I guess we're in Fandil now. As you are now walking along the road that leads to Central Matla. Pashmina, this area in specific may not be familiar to you, but I mean, the geography of the land certainly is at this point.
I mean, so she has been to Inaro in her past. She is probably maybe not been like through the mountain pass, but has definitely been like
On the route.
down the route. Yeah, like so.
Yeah, for sure. It's familiar territory at this point.
Has maybe been a long time, but it would not be like this is not untrod road necessarily.
Yeah, absolutely. The road is a bit muddy,
Eek.
but yeah, it's fairly easy travel. Oh, here, let me beep. Let's see. There we go.
I think Pashmina seems like she's getting antsy at this point. Like she knows how close they are. Like they are just it's right there. But it's just so icky and this trip is sucked. Oh.
Nervous to be home?
Yeah, honestly.
Haven't
I
had
was-
a ping in the past. Haven't had a little charms ping in the past 2 days. I think we're good.
That is a little reassuring. I was excited at first, and then that started happening, and then, but maybe we can.
I just hope they've learned their lesson.
Me too.
I feel like we were the ones who were taught a lesson. That was just hoping for no repeats.
You pass a couple farmsteads on your way down the road. Every once in a while you get a wave from either farmhand in the fields or another traveler, usually driving a work animal. Pass a field full of grazing cows in Fandil. They're big, fluffy Highland cows. They're not very excited about the rain. Oh, no, that's Touch, right?
Yep.
Well, no cows. No cows allowed.
Erase.
No cows?
Yeah.
No cows allowed. Not here.
So,
It's
well, you
vineyard country,
probably-
right? Vineyard country, right?
I was about to say what you would see is probably something Zeron had probably never seen, which is just fields of fruit producing, like trees and bushels and like
Orchards.
yeah, orchards and vineyards and like honestly, like probably at least a few beehives, though the bees would not be out right now.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
It's near the river too, so fertile soil.
An amount of fishing, especially if we're between the borders of Fandil and Gar.
Yeah, absolutely.
Probably a good fishing day.
Some camaraderie across the river.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly just green. Just lots of green.
Greens. It's a very green place. Very verdant.
Having fun just looking around.
Well, and I say green, but the weather's been
Some of the
changing,
trees
so
are
maybe,
just
like,
starting to turn, yeah.
Yeah,
For
the
some
barest
reason.
hint of like yellows and oranges coming through.
Probably the first time they've seen trees change colors.
Yeah. Are they always
Unironically.
orange? Orange trees.
I mean, in any of the fruit-bearing ones, if they have blossoms, then you would see just like wildflowers all about.
Like, they know trees change colors, but I think they're just like... I don't think they knew it was ever that vibrant.
Just wait a few more, maybe days, maybe weeks. Kind of hard to say. They'll all be like that, all over.
All of them?
Well, almost all of them, all the ones that aren't evergreens.
There's a difference in tree type?
Some stay green year-round, some change color, and then in the wintertime they'll drop all their leaves. And then they'll just be bare. You scoop them up in big piles, and the children love that. They frolic through them, jump in them.
Every time we manage to make it to a new place, I'm reminded of how absolutely sheltered I was.
Well, get ready to experience seasons for the first time, I guess.
So they frolic through the fallen leaves.
Yeah, they like the way they...
This is seen as a fun thing. Just dance around in a bunch of dead leaves.
Oh, well, they keep their color for a little bit. They do eventually kind of wither, but the crunch is kind of a big... You'll see. You'll get it.
I'm sure I will. They're just dumbfounded.
I mean... I suppose we're on track for arriving during festival. There's a good chance you'll see some of that there.
Fascinating. Wonderful.
Peshmina seemed kind of like she was excited for a while early in the trip. It's been kind of down. She's been kind of antsy. Now she's kind of back to being excited again, just talking about like the changing seasons and Harvest Festival.
Yeah. Travel today is easy, if a bit wet. But soon enough, the sun is going down once again, and you're just a day away from Central Matla. I think the rain lets up a little bit once evening starts to settle in. It takes a little bit. You probably have to pitch your tents in the rain. Soon enough, it's at least dry enough to have a fire and dry yourselves off a little bit. Have something warm to eat and drink before you head for bed. Would you still like to have watches?
Oh yeah.
I think Peshmina would, yeah.
All right. Let's do it.
Peshmina can take the first watch this time.
Okay. I just scoop all my dice back out.
Ew. What is that?
19.
19?
7.
7. All clear. Very quiet. You see spot,
crickets?
yeah, definitely crickets. Some folks on the road at night now that it's not raining. Looks like they're trying to make some last-minute deliveries. Most of the ones you spot are headed inland, same as you, towards Central Matla. But nothing threatening, just kind of the sound of the river and the night crickets. Are there fireflies in Matla?
If there are, it's probably... might be, like, literally one of the last nights that they would be active, if it's been chilly at all. Because fireflies
That's
are more
true, yeah, the
summertime.
fireflies are probably out of season at this point.
But lots of crickets, maybe some frog song before the chill comes. Yeah, birds, absolutely birds. Some evening bird song, and then eventual quiet. That kind of thing. Not quite as fucking, like, raucous as the, like, rainforest, which would have been just on a whole different level, but, you know, there's signs of wildlife are definitely out there.
White noise wildlife.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Rather than...
Yeah. Alright. And, for watch switch, Hason's are on.
Eee.
Let's go.
Ew. That's gonna be a 10.
10.
That's gonna be a 15.
15. All quiet. Zeron, a frog gets particularly close to you.
A
Like,
familiar situation.
hops onto your foot.
No. Yanks foot away.
Wet.
Oh, Payson says, "Oh, speak with animals. Speak with animals. I'm sorry about that. My friend was a little rude there, a little skittish around frogs."
you too!
No way!
And just hops away.
Oh,
Oh my god.
well,
Oh,
never mind.
did not like
Never
that
mind. You are
feeling.
completely in that. Well, actually, no. You know what? I didn't get to know that frog. God, what, I'm getting to know animals. What am I even talking about?
Frog the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, that was such a weird feeling. Oh, ugh.
Payson turns to 3. I have had a completely. Gods, talking to them makes me feel very bad about eating them now. Maybe Pashmino's on to something.
Alright.
I wonder how Frog's doing.
Frog.
Frog.
Hmm.
Thinks about frog.
Thinks about
Dreams
frog.
about
That
frog.
gets happy.
He's a little frog butt.
Think a frog, be happy.
Miss frog.
Think about frog. Life good.
Life good. Regret.
Alright.
Frog is currently wearing a little hat, and is very cute.
The last day of travel before you get to Central Matla. Let's see how the weather is. Cloudy! Moderate,
my
50
gosh.
degrees, 50, 35.
Determined to prove her ass wrong.
No beautiful weather allowed.
It's that little patch of autumn rain before it gets like really
Mhm.
nice.
Absolutely.
Eh.
Wet late summer, early autumn. When
Yeah.
the like cold fronts and warm fronts are meeting each other.
But then you have like 2 weeks of the best weather ever,
Mm-hmm.
and
Alright.
then it gets too cold.
The road has dried out somewhat, thankfully. So travel is nice along the banks. Last day of travel, you're starting to see more buildings now as you're getting closer and closer to Central Matla. Every once in a while you'll see something looking a little closer to a guild hall or maybe a craftsman's workshop. There's more, not quite ports, but it seems like places to stop and store, docks along the river, as seems to be some amount of boat travel into and out of Central Matla. You're starting to see more flags, pennants, little marks of upcoming festival. More workmen up and down the road, now quite a few actually, traveling alongside you, or in front of or behind you, all moving at slightly different paces. And about halfway through the day, you start to see what, not quite a quaint little city, but an assemblage, a meeting place, clearly, where there are now more and more businesses, buildings. It looks like a square. You see a couple of temples. As you are enter the Central Matla proper. Let's see if I remember which board this is supposed to be. Bink.
Oh, yep, that's the one.
All right. Let me get the. Ooh.
You'll have to the exposure because I had it dark.
Yep.
Here we go.
Is it okay if I change the background to?
Oh, sure.
All right. Let's go ahead and save those atmosphere settings. Bring everyone here. Yeah. So, you've come to Central Matla, basically the largest quote-unquote city in Matla, poised right where the 3 rivers meet between the 3 different regions of the country, state, hard to say. And clearly, right now, you have come right before the seasonal harvest festival. People are very much in the process of setting up everything. There are pennants being hung. There are people setting up booths and whatnot. There are squash everywhere. Things are coming together, but it looks like you're a little early for attendance. It looks like it's probably going to be the true festivities will be happening in a couple of days here. And things aren't quite ready for you, but it means you've got a little time to set up and whatnot. You did see a temple on the way here, and believe you acknowledged when you'd left, especially with Loka, that of all the locations in Matla, those are probably the most likely to have teleportation circles that you'd be allowed to use in them.
Oh boy, okay.
It's a bit of bustling and hustling. Lots of boats coming in and out with various supplies all the time.
This is Fendil.
So,
The center.
Here. I've got a map of, like, a few things that I can put in docs and resources if we want.
Yeah.
Please.
So, yes. So Central Matla is the place where the 3 city-states meet. So each is a corner. And we are now basically in the center.
City-state.
Yeah, so Central Matla is basically, it's a city-state. It's the place where they are all considered unified. Separated only by the rivers.
Oh, okay. So wait. So they're essentially triplet cities in the same place, or is it just 3 different territories within a greater federation?
It's one big city, but they are each representing the larger concept of their territories.
The 3 regions of the state of Matla are Toch, Guard, and Fendil. Central Matla is where all 3 of those regions meet at the convergence of these rivers.
Okay, I think I get it. Thank you.
Yeah.
This makes a lot more sense, because I was thinking, oh wait, is it just all 3 in one big megacity but separate? Well, no, but this is an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, it gets weird. We can definitely get into it.
You do see several pennants with 3 distinct colors among them. Very much multifaceted in this literal central meeting place of Central Matla. But you see those colors are a little bit more divided by region as you start to get into each segment of Central Matla. It looks like there may be some faction division going on here, but it looks like in a very sportsmanlike way.
Is there like
Regional pride.
do the differences in regions become obvious when you cross rivers? Like, is there
yes.
is there individuality in each different side, and like the way they present their buildings, how they operate?
100% yes.
Allow me to ask, Peshmina, how are you feeling
Yes.
around here?
Yeah,
How are you
Peshmina-
feeling guiding your friends into this central area?
The closer we've been getting, like, her tail is just absolutely like it was like slow wag, sees like a group of people, sees some activity, wag, like, she's like, we're coming in very close to the Harvest Festival. Great. So, you see all the colors. The tradition is, you wear the color of your nation, or rather, nation. The whole nation's a nation. It's more
Region.
of your homeland, yeah. Thank you. The voice from the
So someone like someone's just like nation, and someone like in the nearby car is just like region actual, and it's like yes, okay, thank you.
One goes on to say no to nationalism. Federation is the key, or something. I don't know.
The festival is to celebrate both the individual identities of each homeland, but also to recognize the fact that Matla is a unified nation. And it's that unity that allows us to all live in such prosperity. So it's a bit of pride and a bit of camaraderie.
Hassan and Zoran, in hard contrast to many of the other cities you've been in, frankly, you don't see any guards. There's no peacekeeping force, it looks like. There doesn't appear to be any real, like, pseudo-military presence. Like, just people. There aren't really any authority figures around.
I see. I thought I would have expected. Well, I've read the reports. I would have. But I can't say I would have hoped to at least see some of the. What's their name? The organization?
Arbiters?
Arbiters?
Some of the arbiters I would have expected a bit more presence, but.
Oh, well, I mean, there's only so many of them. It's rather a small group of people for such a large, area to cover. I'm sure they're up to their necks in work for the festival. It's a busy time for them.
No, Mom's positive. It's just... Is this normal?
Hmm?
To just not have a presence?
Oh, well, not unless they're needed.
So it is normal not to have authority figures around?
Oh, well, no, I mean... we don't need them? I think she's, like, confused. It's just like, I mean, if you need them, you call for them, but if you don't need them, then they have other work to do.
I'm gonna roll a quick intelligence check to see if Hassan knows. Well, no. I think Hassan knows about lack of policing. Would he know about lack of policing? I guess, or
Very uncommon in this time period.
Yeah.
But, like, I don't know. It less of history, more like theory.
Yeah, that's a 15 in intelligence. He probably knows something adjacent to it at the very least, or have read about it at least a little.
It comes up the less structured an area is. Like, villages independently, like, they don't need peacekeepers necessarily. Usually the larger an organization gets, the more there is need, or the denser a population gets, the more there is need for peacekeepers. But, like, there's no law of sociology that states that you need to have, like, an active violent force interspersed throughout a population.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what extent Hassan knows about it.
Yeah.
Which seems like in passing.
You'll probably see them more.
Lack of policing isn't exactly something I've studied too extensively. This is interesting.
I mean, if you're really curious, or want to ask them anything, they'll probably be more present once the actual Harvest Festival is more underway. They do like to watch the proceedings, and it makes them look good, so. And they really do help a lot. I mean, part of this is, their effort to show how much they care for Watla. But, kind of looks at the two of you, and it's just like, I don't suppose you'll be wearing red? Or,
Oh. Why do you ask?
Should I?
I mean, if you want to. I mean, I guess you don't have to. It's just part of the fun. I mean, you could pick green or yellow too.
I wouldn't wish to claim I am as much a part of this festival
Well-
as those who are.
It's kind of a game, to see
Oh.
if we can, garner favor with those who aren't necessarily from here. It makes us look good if we have more red or more green or more yellow. It's kind of a...
What color should we wear?
Red.
Then, Hasan and I have some shopping to do.
Oh, wonderful. Please don't pick. Please, this time I appreciate your fashion sense, but don't pick out anything flamboyant again.
I will leave it all to you this time. How about that?
Thank you.
It can be
as much
something as
I
simple as a
appreciated
scarf.
The bardic outfit you selected for.
I thought it was charming.
Yes, and I'm sure everybody else did, but it is not the same for me. I am not the type. I like to let my art do the speaking rather than the other.
Of course. Of course.
All right. And I think we're probably going to leave it there for tonight. And then pick up next section. Potentially recovering Loka. Maybe having a grand opening of a tavern. And coming back in time for the Harvest Festival.
Yay.
Maybe meeting some old friendly faces. Maybe some old unfriendly faces. Who knows? Alright. Thank you all very much for playing, as always. We're in Matla now!
Yeah!
We've done it!
Yeah!
Alright. And it
I can
is...
go first.
I was actually going to say, I've never gone first. I want to go first. For Stars and Wishes. Stars, that was fun. It was a good time. Once again, I think that is an effective way to do travel. I enjoy that because it's just like, if there's nothing going on, you give people room, and then you just keep moving.
Yeah.
The weather generator makes it fun, it makes things happen. Suddenly weird shit can go on, and that's kind of fun. But otherwise, it don't need to belabor the point. It's neat. Really good character moments all around. I really liked Jacques leaving the party, personally. I thought that was neat and interesting.
Surprised.
Playing Emra is a delight, always. I like that Emra is a tease. I think that is funny.
Hate.
Just like, well, okay, if you're only gonna put your fucking lovers on the board, go get more. I've got room for 2 more people.
Literally them screaming at the comment.
Extremely funny. Look, do you want to put Sabella's name up here? Y/N? Come on.
Does Sabella want to put her name up there?
Yeah. Just like go back into the lantern and you see that Sabella's name is on there.
Listen, if I go into the lantern and she's there, I'm screaming.
Incredible. Yeah, but that was super fun. Yeah,
Emra cast besides self turns into Cybella. You know.
I mean, he's already been in there disguised at who is he? Was he disguised as Sabella?
Pashmina.
Pashmina, right?
Pashmina.
Wait, what?
There was a bit a while ago where Zeron went into the lantern and Emra was there looking like Pashmina.
Oh, yes. Yeah. God, I
which
think
was fun.
about that sometimes.
But yeah, that's cool. Wishes. I promise I'll do my homework. And actually remember things about Matla.
No, it's okay. It's a lot. I understand. That's why I'm...
I've got most of it. I just need to make sure I've got I'll make flashcards. Which I just think is funny. I'm really excited to be here. I'm excited for it to be early autumn. I think that's a fun seasonal change. And I am excited to see... Hannah built a lot of boards for this region, and I'm excited to use at least some of them. And I'm excited to see. I'm excited to meet back up with Loka. I'm very excited to see how he's been and what he's been doing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Miss
that's my
Loka.
stars and wishes. I guess we're going inside out, so I'll go with Matt next.
Yay! Stars. Also a good fun session. I liked that we finally got to meet Emra, all of us together. I do kind of wish Loka was there, just because, but even still.
We'll bring
Hey,
him back.
he might
We'll
still get a
Loka
chance
in
to
on it.
sign the panel.
That's true. I also liked the interaction between Pashmina and Jacques there right before he left. I thought that was really interesting. And thank you, Cole, for scheming.
Yeah, of course, always.
I guess now that we're at Matla, I can just tell y'all, right?
Yeah, we can talk about it if you want to.
So what I had brought them into the corner to talk about was, when you had suggested that Jacques just leave, I actually kind of liked that idea, but I thought to myself, like, he's not, and I remember saying this too. I was like, he's not a good person, but he's not a bad person, like he has a not insignificant amount of money and he wants to keep that, right? But he also is like obligated to get y'all to the end. So what we decided is that I roll a couple d20s for stealth. And Jacques actually stayed kind of nearby just in case things happened,
Oh my god.
So if for whatever reason the order would have showed back up, you wouldn't have been a member short.
Okay,
And,
that's nice.
Did in fact crit their first stealth check.
Yeah.
So
That's amazing.
despite
No way.
critting on perception, remained hidden for that perception
Wow.
check.
Wow.
That was a crit up to a 32, if I remember
Yes.
correctly.
What?
Yeah, it was a 32. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're crazy.
It was the 2 stealth checks,
Expertise,
because
yeah.
my plan there was basically just like, if you fail 2, you're gonna get spotted. But the 2 checks were a crit into a 32 and a 27.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Holy moly.
But yeah, so
Yeah,
Jacques
wow,
was just like,
Hovering around.
yeah, like probably, I don't know, a mile away, like close enough to
That's
respond, but like far enough away that like you wouldn't notice otherwise.
Yeah.
That's cute.
Yeah. And so that was really fun to be able to do that. And have kind of a
Secret wolves.
yeah, and just kind of have like a it's strange too, because I feel like the 2 characters that I've had that have left campaigns in the middle have been really abrupt. And so I guess this is just in keeping with that, right? Where it's like, well, we've reached an impasse. I'm out.
Mm-hmm.
I hope it was that you were okay with that, right? Are you okay?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, it wasn't like I was like, oh, shit, Pashmina hates me and now I have to do this thing. It was like, well,
Timing felt right.
yeah, I was like, Jacques doesn't technically need to be here anymore, right? Like, you just need to make it to Matla. He'll still ensure that you make it to Matla, just not with you.
In
That's easy.
his way.
Yeah, that way he can
That's cool.
fake you back and be like, hey, so this is what happened. They're there.
I love the like sub-secret game going on. That's so cool, actually.
Mm-hmm.
It was fun. I liked it a lot.
Very cute.
And I think it's such a strong choice from a character perspective too. Like, yeah, that the combination of like, I love the explanation too, the realization of just like, oh, we don't trust in each other anymore. Cool. I can respect that, and I'm kind of sad about it, but I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially as a thief of like, oh yeah, if someone on my crew did this, we would be done. I get this. I understand that.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just the whole thing was really cool and really fun, and I was really glad we got to do it.
Yeah.
Wishes, Loka.
Yeah.
I'm ready to bring him
Bring
back.
that boy back.
I'm just excited to play Loka again. It was nice to take a break from him for a little bit, and play somebody who's very different in a certain way. Still kind of chaotic, but maybe that's just me. And the other wish is, I do kind of hope that Jacques stays around in the periphery somehow. I don't know how or why,
Noted.
but I do think like
We just keep seeing him in like the distance during the festival, just like, I don't know, enjoying himself.
You like look and you see Jacques having a beer. You look away. You look back and he's gone.
Yeah.
But no, I like the idea of. I think that from a character perspective, he was asked as a favor, getting cashed in to go and do this for Fahir.
Mm-hmm.
And in the meantime, got to see some really interesting things, and also understand that there's like something that is like critically important happening. Maybe he doesn't understand all of it, but I know that he like sympathizes with this group. And so I know like if they were to, that's why he even says, reach back out if you need me. Like, I'll be there, fine. Because I think he does want to help in his own way, if needed. And like, if he weren't just a one-off thing for me to do for a little bit, I think he probably would just stay with the party, honestly. But
Yeah.
I don't know who's gonna be next after me, so
Caroline.
whoever it is.
Oh, hi.
Back and forth.
Inside Out.
Wasn't prepared. Hi, caught off guard. Yeah, great session. It's a lot of little great moments, but honestly, all had a pretty big impact. The scene of Jacques leaving, mwah, chef's kiss. I genuinely did really enjoy Jacques as a character just because they were so very different to our chaotic crew. It's refreshing in a way. Just a little something different to what we are and what we usually are. Loved that. I loved that we gave him a bunch of different options for hiding the money, like exchanging the money, to give him like an in to stay with us just a little longer, and he still turned it all down. Honestly, I thought was fascinating. And I liked that. Hearing that he was still watching us from afar, honestly, that's really cute. I liked that a lot. That's really cute. Star, even though it's my biggest pain, everyone talking to Emra. The one thing I've been trying to, or at least Zoran, not me, because I find the idea very interesting, but the thing that Zoran has been trying to prevent since session 1 happened finally. So everyone, except Loka, got to meet Emra. And now I get to keep Loka away from Emra.
Good luck!
That's gonna be fun.
You can't keep any secrets from me now, Zoran. Everybody's better might get to do it.
Yeah,
Oh,
Loka
I
just
missed
suddenly
that
gets
voice.
the power to come in. Like, you go in the lantern and meet on your own, and then just suddenly Loka's there. Like, you can't stop him. He can just go wherever you want. Loka's there.
Zoran would scream. I know I've said that like 40 times tonight. Zoran would scream.
You don't know this, but Loka is a plane walker.
I also, I'm gonna be honest, I fully expected Emra to show up in the tavern as like a patron
Oh
pretty
my
funny.
god.
I fully expected that because that would have been funny.
That would be good.
You know those those like tavern manager sort of VN visual novel like games where you're just serving customers and like
Mm-hmm.
they tell you the stories. I can 100% see Emra as being like one of those kinds of
Oh yeah.
like they come in, they're like, oh hey, I'm just dealing with this one little creature, and they're just having a conversation with them in that little
Bar for warlock patrons.
God.
You've got an Ifrit, you've got a great old one, you've got some archfey, you've got like a dragon.
Genuinely
Vibing.
so terrifying, but I love it. It's that was a lot of fun. I love the weather mechanic.
It's cool.
I really like it. It's really cool. It's actually very interesting because it honestly, especially like how we can change up the boards to match the weather. It's so much more immersive for me.
Give us rain, Tailspire. Give us rain.
It genuinely
Please.
is very immersive, and I love that.
I'm definitely gonna keep using it.
Other stars. Heisan as always gets a star. Just being Heisan. I love Heisan so much. Oh my goodness. Oh, talking to so much fun. I loved it.
Emerald
I
wants
loved
to
it.
talk to Heisan so bad.
I know, and
I can't wait for him to use Legend Lore.
that's what was into my wishes, is I want to know what you find out from Legend Lore. And the best way that I want you to find out, I want it to be from Emra. I think that alone would be fascinating. Because, I'm gonna be honest, Emra would probably know that you were using it, because Emra is always watching. I think that would be fascinating. But that's just a me thing. Would love to see that. I want to see this festival. It sounds very cute, and I just like autumn a lot. I just like autumn.
Yeah.
And I get to play a character who has never experienced autumn before.
Oh my gosh.
The first
This is gonna be
crunchy
cute.
leaf, and they just ascend.
Zoran has his first pumpkin spice latte.
Unironically, absolutely. They immediately write Libra, we need this. Now.
I need to
How
import
do we
this
get
across
this?
the continent. I need it right now.
Here is a bunch of money. Import this in, give it to father, watch it blow up in the city. This is the new thing.
Start a trend. You're gonna start the pumpkin spice trend in
Absolutely.
Althra.
Absolutely I am. And you know what? It's going to take off. You know it will.
Oh my
You're
You
not
know
wrong.
it will.
That's just true.
Oh
Spices
no!
were in high demand.
Sorry, now I'm
Adorable.
just imagining something terrible like, Matla's pumpkins become so desirable that it becomes like a point of war, like, like, we need to seize the pumpkin trade.
Seize the pumpkin trade.
We need a monopoly on all these
Dude, pumpkin
pumpkins.
farmers are going to be living right now.
Always sunny bit, but it's Zoran introduces Matla to capitalism.
No.
Oh my god.
See, you see how they're living okay, just about as well as you? You have pumpkins. What if I told you you can live better than them now?
You've got pumpkins.
sees,
They
like-
want pumpkins. What more do I need to say?
God.
Wait till y'all see like Sarad sees like oversized pumpkins for the first time ever. Like not just like a big pumpkin. I'm talking like the kind that have been growing
big
like
ones.
all season. Yeah. Like-
Yeah, like that, like the kind of mega vegetables that one guy from from the UK grows.
Yeah, we're talking like
Yeah.
1.5 ton contest vegetables.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Just so confused.
How do you eat it?
You don't.
They
That's the
have
fun part.
candy corn for the first time.
Yeah. Like a candied apple. Aww.
They're just so confused. It's so fun playing a character like this because it's one of those things like they
Everything's
have
new.
decent intelligence. They have a +2 for it. That's pretty good for like in standards. But they're so sheltered that it's like they're being a child with all of this.
It's exciting. It's new things.
Experience the world with childlike wonder.
Exactly, and they can, and it's very fun playing a character that can do that.
Yeah. Rad. All right. Any more wishes?
No.
All right. Eli.
There's a lot of fun. I liked being able to have an argument with Pashmina for once, since the universal truth seems to be Pashmina. Everyone loved Pashmina. Everyone always loved Pashmina. I'm happy Hasan found, as weird as it sounds, something to disagree with Pashmina on.
Totally.
That was fun. What else? Yeah, just that whole deal with Jaxel was fun. Jock's
Jaxel
sudden,
Whitmore.
yeah, Matt's ability to do unexpected things with their characters and their PCs, always admirable and fun to watch. It's always fun to see the unexpected play out with them. And I'm happy. I'm happy. I think this is a sort of fitting goodbye to say to Jacques, and I just really like how that all played out. I hope you enjoyed getting to play him in combat, because I know rogues are very, very fun. I'm excited to see Loka again. I half want to know. I want to know what Loka's been up to.
You know what's so funny, just to quickly butt in, is I'm going to have at least 1 week to think about what Loka has been doing, and I guarantee you I'm going to make it all up on the spot next time.
That's how it
I
go.
love that for you.
Guaranteed.
Yeah, and I guess that is part wishes as well. Star Emra. I'm happy development in Emra is happening, and I'm happy. And I guess that also goes into wishes. I'm happy to try and find out more about Emra, because I'm interested to see what Emra's origins are, and I'm happy I get to use my super stupid expensive legend lore spell to some use, because that was one of the worries I had about taking, is that I didn't have a good way to use it. Now I do.
I have one question for you about that, if
Yeah?
you don't mind. Upon learning things, are you going to tell anyone?
That's a good question, because Hasan's trying to do this knowing that what Hasan's trying to do is stay out of the greater narrative of Zoran, so to say. Like, if Emra's focused on the narrative of Zoran, is he paying close attention to Hasan as well? And how could he possibly cast Legend lore without Emra knowing? The and because Hasan's now thinking about this, and Hasan and me is thinking about this in the context of a story. In the context of a story, where could it possibly lead to if, say, the villain? Because the way I see Emra's trying to play out a story of their, just trying to play out their own little story. As much as they say they're not being an edit, they're like, oh, I'm reigning in my editorial powers. No, I think Emra wants the story to go wherever they want it to go. And I think by
if you can outmaneuver them as a storyteller, you can turn the narrative on them. As weird as that sounds.
I like that a lot.
I mean,
If that
very
makes-
possible.
I mean, if that makes any possible sense. Because treat them as much of a character in the story. Show to them that they're as much a character in the story as the people they are playing Puppet Master with. That's, or at least that's what, well, Eli / and kind of Hasan. Hasan's reasoning is my own, but also it isn't my own. It's weird.
It's complicated.
For
Yeah.
sure. And that's totally fair.
And
The
whether
seamless
that's-
melding of person and character. Just
Yeah.
as the Mr. Chuck of the Tracts, Chick of the Tracts,
Yeah.
predicted.
Just
So-
as
so
Lord
he's-
Gygax.
So
Lord
I got
Gygax.
way off topic and rambly there, but
James T.
maybe
Chick.
maybe he'll tell Zoran, but I think maybe the way Hasan thinks of it, if he tells Zoran, then Emra knows, and that is a factor that has now entered the greater narrative of Zoran's story. Can Zoran's story be fixed from within, or does it take something from without to direct Zoran's story?
That's fair.
As stupid as that sounds.
Nope, that's totally fair.
No, it's super interesting.
It's very interesting.
It's my only concern right now, personally, is if you do this and Emra finds out that you are doing this, not out of panic, but like tries to stop you from doing so. Or asks / orders me to stop you.
Well, if it does, I guess that'll be an interesting thing to play
Yeah.
out.
Yeah. It's just, I'm honestly just talking here, I'm just like airing thoughts.
Yeah.
He's
Or-
never
or
stepped in
we'll-
before,
Nope,
but this would
But-
also be a first,
very
a
different.
unique situation.
Although, if we're talking about right now, if that becomes a development, is it okay to? Are you okay with like risking that possibility of the story going in that direction?
Me?
Yeah.
Go ahead. You're
Yeah.
by all means. This is a very Hasan thing to do. I'm not gonna tell you to not do it.
Okay.
I was going to say
Alright,
that's very
you're asking that of the fuck me up player.
You literally please do it.
Okay.
Things that are worse are more interesting.
Give my character pain. It's fine.
Okay. As long as you can handle it.
I am so here for it.
Because.
All right. Any more wishes?
Fuck. Well, I'm sure I had something else, but I forgot. Oh yeah. Right. Talk to you some point again about where
Yeah.
his son is sending the book.
Absolutely.
I'll write off like 2 people in mind. I'll write up brief character profiles and try to talk to you about
Hell
that.
yeah. Sounds good.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very
Hannah.
Whoa. We're here! Yay! Excited to be here. Put some amount of hours into boards, documents, all sorts of things. So it's fun to finally be here.
Hell yeah.
Lots of good character moments. Just echoing what everyone else has said. Lots of good character moments. I want to reaffirm to Eli that like it is totally cool and honestly like it's good for especially people like Peshmina and Hasan to have any amount of conflict because it's just like being best friends does not mean you do not have disagreements, even very fundamental like philosophical disagreements. And that drama, that tension is good, is fun. And the tension between Peshmina and Jacques at the end was also good and fun. I enjoyed having Jacques around. I'm sad to see Jacques go, but I can't wait to have Loka come back. Missy, you did the Loka voice, and it made me like, oh, I miss him. I miss him. What the heck? So excited for that. I think I also agree with Matt, though. It would be nice to have, like, little Jacques cameo somehow, some way. I have no idea, but it would be a cute...
A Jacques post-credit scene.
Yeah. Jacques enjoying the, like, luxury of all this, like, Jacques on an island with a fucking coconut drink.
This is the life I was always meant to live.
God, Emra. I felt me, the human person, felt a little put on the spot when I was the only one who put my name on the lantern. It's like, oh, okay, just me. This is fine, but it was perfect. That's actually so appropriate. Emra's comment is spot on. Good stuff. Wishes. Also curious what's been going on with Loka. Just excited for the being reunited. That'll be a fun thing. Festival and matla things and like the talking to the we have the fucking what is it called, referendum coming up too. It's gonna become relevant, I guess. I think maybe. I'm super curious. I'm super curious what that's about, because it's like, okay, the fun part of the festival is like I kind of know what's going on with the festival. I don't know what the fuck is going on with the referendum, so that's just a genuine mystery. Like, so that'll be weird and fun and exciting and scary. Maybe, I don't know. Oh god, I just had a different other thought. I'll talk with you about that after this. Excited. Want to play more. Want to play more soon.
Always.
Great.
All right. Then yeah. Thank you all for playing. Let's get out of here.
Alrighty.
It's
Go
Mario.
have fun playing video games.
Yay! I am
Video game
already in the game.
Happy Baldur's Gate.
Already
Happy
playing
Baldur's Gate. All right. Love y'all.
Night night.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye.